I realized I was talking to myself this entire time. Hello guys, welcome. I'm a genius. I'm not the smartest person. Thank you for reminding me. Clearly I'm not fully awake. Good thing I didn't just immediately run into V-Hiller, because that looks like another die out angle on stream. Alright. Speaking of, actually, if I wanted to do V-Hiller, I probably should check if I have guild skills. I do have guild skills. But yes, hello everyone. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Good luck everyone today on drops. Hopefully we all get something fun. Always looking forward to weekly reset. Hopefully we get more armor boxes. I think just building up armor boxes on this battle mage would be nice. Trying to push for those 21, 22 stars eventually. How many of you guys have already finished some of your weeklies? Or are you guys just chilling at the moment? 10th black card incoming? I mean, there is definitely a chance I get a black heart. There is definitely a chance. Do I need it? Probably not. Would prefer to see a Zerk, for sure. Would prefer to see a Zerk. You're just working on your next main? That's fair. The Hyperburn is still 2 months away. And if you don't really enjoy it, you can always just change to another character, have a strong boss in you. Doesn't really hurt, honestly. I don't know how I died, all good. I think I teleported down through the floor. Three earrings, no belts. I have the opposite problem with my Wild Hunter, where I have a lot of belts. Actually, I say a lot, but I've seen 2 belts, but no earrings. I have the opposite problem right now. Hopefully we both get our other drops soon. I really would like to see a superior earring drop for myself. Had to buy a belt? Yeah, I'm really hoping that's not the case for me. I really do not want to buy the earring. Looks like Lu Will is winning. That is a little surprising to me. I would have expected people to prefer watching me run it down in C10, but that's all good. Oh, that's great. You get the earring after buying it. That might be the case. I really hope that doesn't happen, but it might. Oh. Alright. We'll see how many bossing characters we go through today. I'll just start off with my Battle Mage. Just doing some of the easy ones, and then we'll go into Lu Will in a sec. And then I do have my Xenon and my Mechanic to go through. So still quite a lot of characters. Died out of H. Lu Will solo, and then got another pat mark. Bonus pat mark. We do like bonus pat marks in here. Hello, Toast. No, it's still not my birthday. You ran it in, dropped the entire time? Oh no. That is a classic, honestly. That is definitely a classic. Running bosses in drop gear is that's the rite of passage, honestly. Alright. I have my Legion drop. And let's go for it. Let's start with Blue Will. Let's go hard mode. He is hoping for a what's it called? A book. No pets? I do have pets on. I only have 2, and the buffs only show up on like when I'm outside of town. Oh my god. I can't see anything. Wait, guys. Have these webs always been here in the background? Look at these. These ones right here. Oh, you can barely see them. There's webs like in the background, but with my with my skill on, then I can see it. What? Has that always been there? That's crazy. I only noticed it because of my Abyssal Lightning. You unlocked 6 shop yesterday? Ooh, congrats. Very exciting. Hey, 6 job is 6 job. It feels good to unlock 6 job. The Mushies changed the skills a lot, yeah. It's kind of satisfying for a lot of them. A lot of the skills is a general upgrade for its aesthetics. I think the only one I don't really like is actually the Xenon skill. It became like really laser themed, which I think we can, you know, have our own thoughts about, but I kind of liked the original Xenon skills, which were like, I don't know, just felt like chunkier, because it was like shooting a giant shotgun. Now it's like a laser beam with a bunch of lines. It just does not hit the same. And it's nice too, some of them actually like change the hitbox sizes of the attacks, which is always good. Having better range is something that's always nice. It was so loud before 6 job, yeah. Now it's it's kind of chilled out a bit. Now what's hitting it? What's hitting the thing? I don't have summons out. Or maybe it was summons. Alright, I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling a nice book flying out of Will today. It's gotta be. Today's the day that we get a book. Oh, I just saw somebody in the Discord post that they got a Zerk today. That's pretty cool. Not sure if they're in the chat, but congrats. All good. Nothing like dying in P2. Is that test? Yep. Opposite side. Uh oh. Was this what you wanted to see? Oh! That is what you wanted to see. I wasn't in the right spot. I wasn't ready. We're cooking. This is how we get the book. That's the real tech. Okay, I'll run it back. Oh, I am not running it back. Oh, that still hit me. I'm scared. I don't wanna do it anymore. Closer your data to 0, the higher the drop rate for book. You know what? I wish I could confirm that. I have done many runs of Will where I have been on 1 life. And I can confirm that none of those runs got me a book. No, come back, Will. One day for Superior Ring? Oh, exciting. I can't wait for my Superior Ring on my Wild Hunter. Hopefully I have a Superior Earring as well, but that's not looking too good right now. Can you skip test entirely with Dark Knight? I wouldn't know actually. I've never made a Dark Knight. Any Dark Knights in chat? If you just proc your long ass iframe. Permacrack, yeah, good thing I didn't go to the right side. Probably would have died. Feels good doing an Origin Burst with poison. Big damage. Keep the good habits. Go cleanse webs. Are you guys feeling it? I'm feeling it. The book's about to drop. I am so excited for this. Just get that funny feeling that's gonna happen. Can you see a Hexa? Yeah, I'll show you the Hexa after. All I know is that I've spent about 2,500 fragments. Roughly. Turn this off. Swap the drop. I'm missing holy symbol. And I still need to use wealth. No. Alright, give me my book. Thank you, Will. You know what? I'll take a ring box. That's okay. It's not the worst. How do mages dodge white eyes? You have to time it. You have to time it. Alright. That's okay. I'll take a continuous 4. No. Totaling 3. Another one. Another totaling 3. Yeah, you can still teleport to dodge. It's just a timing thing. Unfortunately, I can't demonstrate it because I don't have the timing. I don't have the timing for it. Alright. Here's my Hexa for you, Toast. Hang on. Let's wait outside Lucid. Is it harder than flash jumping? Yeah, it's a bit tighter. So that's probably makes more sense to show it like this. I would ideally have a level in Soul Janus as well, but I do not have many fragments on this character. Are you ever gonna push Bam to Extreme Lotus and end Carlos? Maybe. At the moment, not that interested in it. It will require me to get to probably 280, 285, which is a lot of grinding. And I need to push my gear a lot more if I want to do something like that. Right now, I'm just having more fun doing random things. Did not have Origin. Oh, good. Try Origin to get out of here. Forgot my blink duration isn't too long. Almost fell into the dragon. Yeah. The main issue with those grandest bosses is that I need to work on my Hexa and my gear quite a lot. And I'm just not too interested in training my battle mage at the moment. I think if they release grandest fams, I'd be more inclined to do so. But as of right now, I'm just gonna keep playing my Wild Hunter or whichever character I happen to be interested in. Did I swap to my boss gear? Yeah, I did. The only reason why this is slow is because I didn't have my Origin. Usually I enter with Origin, but as you can see, I have not used my Origin in P1, so it's just taking a little bit of time. Also don't have guild skills up, which probably would have helped. You managed to get a sub drop? Oh, congrats. Oh. Love to see people getting their sub drops. I know what it's like waiting for it, just hoping for the best. Didn't realize how difficult it is to dodge dive. You know, I learnt about dive the hard way. I just remembered my friends telling me to come join them for E-Carlos. I had no experience in the boss, they just needed damage basically. They're like, you don't need to do anything, just do damage to the boss. I'm like, okay, what are the mechanics? Oh, don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, sure. Enter the boss, one of the first things I hear, he's diving. And I just said, what does that mean? And then he jumps on me and I die. That is my experience with dive. That is my general experience with E-Carlos as a boss. Yeah, it's kind of like Darknail's dive. I think for Carlos it really is a lack of damage. The boss is actually pretty straightforward, and the damage requirement, because of the way that people do the boss, is not too bad. It's just bursting it and just waiting and then bursting. And as long as you don't die to random things. It's one of the more straightforward bosses. Once you have an idea of like when you're meant to clear the systems and stuff like that. Pardon me. Possibly push everyone to one side and then... I mean there's probably a bunch of different strategies to minimize deaths. I know that for the... What's the hardest difficulty of Carlos at the moment? Oh, it was either C Carlos or Extreme Carlos or whatever it was. One of the mechanics is that laser. And to be able to consistently dodge it, they just had everyone stack in the corner. So then the laser would minimize the amount of space it takes, which was pretty cool to see. It's like one of those small things where you don't... Well, it's kind of obvious to do, but you don't really think about it until you really want everyone to stay alive, and you don't want to risk anything. You just play as safe as possible. That was pretty cool to see. It's like when you do Black Mage for the first time and you realize, like, the right side is way safer than the left side, because the rollings don't land on top of your head. But if you were like the first couple of people to try to figure that out, it wouldn't be so obvious. But probably after a couple of rounds you're like, okay guys, we can't stay close to the middle, so we'll play on the right side, but not too far to the right, because we want to be able to jump over the rollings or whatever. You could space out the burst. Yeah, that's what people do basically. That's the whole E-Carlos like 2-2-2. That's what I learned. Or I guess for end cast it'd be like 3-3 or something. What's your combat power? It's like 100 mil or something. Yeah. I'm just gonna wait for my origin. No messing around. Whoa, whoa. The distinction is just whether or not the boss is humanoid. So Carling, for example, is humanoid. Darknail is humanoid. So they get the hard difficulty. Then you got Gloom and Carlos, which aren't human. Or human-like, so they get the chaos difficulty. I don't know if that's the same in KMS, but it's a kind of a fun distinction. Adds a little bit. Oh my god, I'm getting griefed by the golem. How much longer do we have to wait here? Not too long by the looks of it. Still need to do 2 HP bars, so maybe I'll do a mini burst while I'm waiting. The whole right corner strat surprised me, made it much simpler. Yeah, it's much simpler, but at the same time it's not a good habit. I will encourage people to try to learn to play towards the middle, if possible. Because, yeah, that boss is... Uh-oh. Yeah, just gotta... You will have to learn how to play it properly. If you're just running it in a party, I understand, but... Keep in mind the corner strat does not work very well when you start to either have a longer run, or start clearing it with less and less people, with less damage. Playing the corner strat. So basically the right side of hard healer, or hard V healer rather, it's a safe spot. You can stay in the far right side and you won't get hit by any strings, basically. Which is like one of the main mechanics of that fight. So the good thing is you don't have to move while doing your damage, and V healer kind of just sits there and you don't have to worry about the strings. The big downside is that if you do not have a lot of healing, and the only way to get healing in that fight is to do, use healing fams. If you guys don't have enough of those, she will keep attacking you, and you'll probably die. So if you have enough damage to just straight up kill her in the corner, it's all good. If you have enough healing fams to just out heal everything, you're probably fine. But in most cases, people might not have enough damage to get out of that boss easily. So you might just cop a bunch of attacks in the corner and die. So I always try to tell people to learn how to play the boss properly and not rely on the corner. Because once you start doing it properly, you can't just sit in the corner. That's all it is. It's a bit of a cheese strat, and it's really good for like pub lobbies, because everyone can't communicate with each other. Like unless everyone's in a Discord or something, it's really hard to coordinate things like cleanses, which is like a big part of the fight. So hiding in a corner, this is a little bit easier, especially if everyone's willing to stack healing fams. Would I recommend it? Probably not, but if it gets you the clear, then you just do what the party's doing. Hello Matthew, welcome. I'm doing well. Three months and in one arcane box? Yeah. Sometimes the arcane boxes are just rare. I wouldn't rely too much on getting them. It took me a really long time to see my first arcane box on my battle mage. I bought all 5 of my items. Congrats on the 11th heart. That is kind of cursed. Not the 11th heart. What's my culvert? That's a good question. I don't remember what my culvert was. I don't usually do culvert on this character. I should probably do it for Big Blue House. I think a lot of people have stepped away from the game, so maybe I should try to pick up a little bit of the slack. I can try to do my culvert later, just to see what happens. Does your guild not require culvert? It's more like the requirements have dropped a lot. I do feel a little bit bad because I don't contribute as much to this guild. Because I've just been playing a lot of my Wild Hunter. When I was playing more on my Xenon, I did do culvert and flag on 2 characters. I think. I vaguely remember doing that. But that was a bit ago. It's a lot easier now on the guild skill requirement. But I should contribute. So maybe after I finish my bosses, before I log off my battle mage, I'll go do my culvert. Because the guys have been very nice to me, allowing me to stay in the guild, even though I'm not so active in it. So I feel like I should at least do my culvert. Can I clear this boss without using my origin? That'd be nice. Thought doing it at the start's better? Yeah, I just forgot about it. I don't really remember to do culvert unless people tell me to do it. It's never really been in my I just forget. It's never been in like the schedule or anything. I reckon if I did culvert, I'd probably get about 8,000. I don't think it'd be more than 8,000. I would be very surprised if my culvert on my battle mage was more than 8k. Oh, was I not in, oh, maybe because I was hit by the thing. I would really like him to stand in a nicer spot than where he is at the moment, but can't be complaining. Oh, I thought I had my origin up. I tried to origin. Oh, what the heck? Little tired from Maple? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this event is like kind of a nothing event. There's not really much going on in it. Like, in all honesty, there's not really too many things in this event at the moment. Other than the 30th one, which takes like 10 minutes to do. Not really that much. You don't see the importance of a high culvert score. It matters a little bit more if you really want to track your progression. And if you're really competitive with your own damage, it's that's the entire point of it. It's just to see how much damage you do compared to others. And if you really care about that sort of thing, it makes a lot of sense for the game to have a way for you to compare your damage to other people. That's the only reason, really. Because like you're right, it's a bit of a vanity thing. It's just there to show that you can do a certain amount of damage. It's more relevant in the later guilds because certain guilds want to be higher ranked than others too, because you also get guild skills, like more guild skills, I think. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It is definitely a flex to have a higher culvert. I don't have my full buffs on, but it's alright. I just use my origin like a bind. Yeah, as of right now, most guilds are pretty good with not requiring a minimum culvert. I think that unless you're really trying to have a lot of players be in a certain point in progression, the minimum culvert doesn't make too much sense. But it's, don't forget guys, culvert is also a good track of, like a good way to find out if your guild has a bunch of people at a certain point in the game. If you are in a guild with a emphasis on trying to do things like, say, grandest bossing, you do probably want most players in your guild to have, say, 10 to 15k culvert. I can imagine that being a thing where if your whole purpose in the guild is to do grandest bossing, I can see the point in having sort of a minimum requirement. Makes sense, right? If you want everyone to be part of like a static eventually, you're gonna want people who have like similarly high culverts. It's just that it doesn't really make sense for most guilds to do that, because you can do most of the game without a super high culvert. It's only when you're really trying to prog, you know, beyond normal Carlos, e-carling, that sort of stuff, where you probably want people with more culvert score. And it's easier to keep everybody in the same guild that way as well, right? Yeah, those guys are like the endgame guys, looking for like parties in the endgame content. I can respect that. I can respect that. Doesn't mean that it's like, you know, necessarily healthy or anything like that, but it's good. I mean, culvert requirements make sense in guilds that have a very specific goal in mind for their guild's progression. If you're just a casual guild, it probably doesn't make sense to have a minimum culvert, and you just encourage everyone to do culvert, do flag, just so that everybody can get guild skills, but that's pretty much it. Hello Shanks, welcome. Oh no. fun to have a guild with low prog people. I definitely prefer being in guilds where people are from random points in progression. It's always fun because then you have the people who are like really endgame, who can flex some of the stuff that I probably won't touch, right? But then it's also good to see new players come to the game because it feels like, you know, the game's alive. I think a nice mix of people it's good like that. In a way too, it does keep people kind of grounded, where people are reminded, you know, the game's not so easy sometimes. Yes, this character have all pitch items? No, this character has an eye patch that's 12 star. Alright. Let's go pop our G skills and we'll go into V healer. Go to V healer. Back to damage gear. I think this entire time I was not playing with Dark Aura on. Whoops. That's a lot of damage missing. Oh. Pop these skills after my continuous ring charges. Have you run Saren on your battle mage yet? I have not this week. I have run before. I have cleared a few runs of Saren in a party. Mostly just looking for better rings. I do have a continuous 3, which is nice, but that's the only one that I've seen so far. I wouldn't mind seeing a continuous 4 or perhaps a ring of restraint, but we're not too fussed about that. The endgame community is much smaller than the early mid. Yeah, for sure. You'll be surprised how many people cannot push past certain milestones. It's because there's like a lot more to the game than just leveling up, right? So whenever they give us hyper burns, a lot of the new players who join, or returning players, it's easy to forget how much grind there is in the game. And once you hit a certain point, I think the most obvious one is the moment you hit 260, you have to go do the stones. And the stones right now are very heavy. Like there's so much EXP that you need to fill out those stones. And people are just not interested in it. So I can see a lot of players just getting to 260 and then just taking a break from the game. Smoke to Lucid? Oh, grats. Good clear. But for Will, just needed practice. Did you have a hard time finding parties in your Blaze Wizard? Honestly, I don't remember because most of the bosses I did it in a group of friends or with my guild. Anybody who rejects your character based off of your class, it just makes no sense. I used to be rejected from hard will parties on my jet, and my jet was like I could solo hard lucid easily. I was that strong, right? And I would still get rejected from parties that I was joining in for fun, because I remember being like, I don't really need hard lucid. Let's just join one, and they would reject me because they'll see jet. I try not to think about it too much. People will think what they think, and there's no point trying to convince people otherwise. Yeah, I'll try to read the comments, but we'll try to focus a little bit in this fight. But yeah, I see that the comment about like the progression thing. It's kind of rough sometimes when you're trying to push further content, right? That's why like the higher tier guilds, the stronger guilds, are kind of a necessity in the game in a sense. Also, am I definitely in my damage gear, right? Because sometimes you just need a space where everybody is in a similar progression, and it's kind of hard to do that for the end game guys, because the community is actually pretty small for like that sort of people when you're trying to get into bigger parties. I feel right now it's pretty easy to find hard Lu Will and C10 parties. That used to be a lot harder. Now it's a little bit more accessible. we're kind of getting to the point where the hard part is, you know, when you're trying to do things like hard Sarah and Black Mage, all that sort of stuff. Then the pool of people that you can run with is a lot smaller. And it's so much smaller when it comes to things like Carlos and Carling. It's hard to find a balance for these sorts of things. Didn't mind the 6-job grind. Oh. Oh, where the strings at? Do I miss Jet? Oh, yeah, sometimes. It was a fun class. I'm okay with not playing it anymore because it is quite, you know, quite weak. And unless they did some major changes to the class, it probably wasn't going to be a competitive class to play. Well, maybe competitive is not the right word. It's more like it won't do too much damage, so it's kind of hard to make proper progress. Especially if you want to try to solo things. Also, is it just me or is V-Healer just like AFK? Choo-choo boosters saved you for the stones. Yeah, the choo-choo boosters and the VIP boosters, whenever they came around, were huge for the 6-job stones. My Wild Hunter, I think I did with the choo-choo boosters. No, the VIP ones. Time is such a blessing. It's quite nice. It lets you play a lot more aggressively around your cleansers. That is something that I was like, you look at the hourglass, which is fine, right? But the biggest benefit is knowing just how close you are exactly, and sometimes you can just get a quick cleanse in. It's quite nice. Big waves of battle mage because of me. I don't know about that. I think around the time that when like my series was really picking up, I think battle mage was already kind of rising in popularity because people started to realize that the 6th job of this class is pretty insane. Like the origin skill was definitely a reason why I decided to play battle mage. I knew that the origin was one of the better origins in the game, and I knew that the support capability was already pretty good. And yeah, that's all it really was. Okay, the Lotus, doesn't matter which character I'm playing on, Lotus is a menace. Always trying to knock me around in these fights, I swear. Wish your V-Healer run was this smooth. I mean, just practice, right? Always comes down to practice. We got time to cleanse. We did not have time to cleanse. Yup. That sounds about right. Oh! Oh man, HP death. Wanted to get a quick cleanse in. before I did my origin, but that's okay. Oh, did I miss bind? No, never mind. We got it. Kinesis seems okay. It just has a little issue with moving bosses, from what I understand. When the boss moves around too much, then it misses a lot of damage, right? YouTube ad right when you burst. I'm sorry. Vihela is just not teleporting that much in this fight today. I'm a little concerned because she just stands there, which I guess isn't like a real problem, but I keep thinking that I'm DCing or something. Yep, because I was having some disconnection issues yesterday, and I was just like, oh. I was having like some kind of flashbacks here. Okay, my Grim Harvest is in a really sad spot right now. Yo, Vihela, you gotta chill. Alright, Lotus. Don't do it, Lotus. Oh, that's green. Green again. Stop it. There's so many cops and poison. Get me out of this corner. Oh, my HP is kind of low. I caught that string right at the end. Oopsies. That's alright, I'm almost out. Thankfully. I'm gonna see if we can take it towards the middle a little bit. Turn off the Grim Harvest. Your purplish theme skills turns everything to purple. Yup. There's a lot more detail in the game than you would think, and I only noticed it after I press this particular skill that turns everything purple. Did you know that in P1 Will, there's a bunch of webs everywhere? I didn't realize until literally today. I was just looking around during my burst and be like, have those webs always been there? I think they have. Ooh, Daybreak. I'm getting a lot of Daybreaks on this character. This character's seen more Daybreaks than my Cannon Master. At least YouTube ads are better than Twitch ads. Yeah, that is true. For me, I really don't like the Twitch ads because they're so loud. Whereas YouTube ads are just like the same things that you see all the time. Yeah. Do apologize if I miss any of your guys' comments. If you guys just... If you want to like my opinion on something and I missed a comment, feel free just to put it back in the chat. I don't mind. I don't mind if you guys do that. Let's go Dark Nail. Won't use it because of ads, yeah. There's a lot of people that I do like watching on Twitch that I can't watch. Or rather, I prefer not to watch because of ads sometimes. Like, whenever my friends stream on Twitch and I want to see what they're doing, it's a little annoying that, like, on entry, basically, there's like an ad. You know if you think about it, whenever you enter bosses like V Healer and Lotus, you're kind of getting an ad. Which is why we hate those bosses, right? Those cutscenes are low key, just like an ad. Any tips on how to solo Darknail? The way that I try to approach Darknail is just remembering what I can and can't get hit by. So right now, I know that I can get hit by basically anything because I have my potion up, right? So when I'm trying to dodge things, like some of them are pretty obvious, like all these mechanics right now are pretty straightforward, right? I'll try to avoid the pillars as much as possible because they do actually do a lot of damage. But like right here, I want to try to stay behind Darknail whenever he swipes his sword. That one you just want to duck whenever he dashes. Try to stay away from the thief if possible. Those thieves are pretty painful. I think another underrated thing you can try to do is try to bring him towards the middle. You have way more space in the middle. So if you can, sort of play towards the middle, you would kind of slowly walk there and maybe dash there. Or jump there even. Okay, I didn't realize my origin was up. And just in general, Darknail is, like, his actual mechanics aren't too bad. It's the E-mobs that typically are way more annoying. So if you can avoid most of the guys that can knock you around or stun you, it'd be ideal. But I know that not every class has ways to deal with that. Yeah, the E-mobs will spawn every time he attacks. Alright, good night Matthew, thanks for stopping by. But yeah, in all honesty though, I don't really have that many good tips to give you because, just because of the nature of Battle Mage, it's a very ignorant class. Is it always 2? Nah, there's 2 to start, and then as the fight progresses, more will spawn. So right now there's only 2 every time he attacks, but I think once he hits 50%, then it'll be 3 or something like that. Oh, do you know what's a good tip actually? Up jumping allows you to clear a lot of mechanics. Most of his mechanics can be dodged by up jumping, including the E bosses. A lot of the E bosses can be avoided by jumping. Not every class has access to like a really fast up jump though. Like this one, you can up jump the thief. You can up jump the, what is it? The arrow. The mage ball you can actually duck. Up jumping is like pretty OP in this fight. You can up jump that dash actually. I would if the meteors weren't coming down. You can up jump this thing of course if your jump is high enough. This dash is good to know that you can just duck. But the safest spot, in my opinion, to stand in Darknail tends to be right here behind him. At the tip of his sword when he bends it backwards to do the knockback. If you stand at the tip of that sword, that's one of the safest spots. Especially if you move to that spot, right? Except in that situation when the stun elite comes through. It is what it is. Oh no, don't run away. Forgot to use your boosters. They do give us a lot of boosters. It's kind of sad that we can't use them all. Oh no. I was too close to him still. Yeah, need one more Origin burst to get out, maybe. Hopefully. Yeah, the corner, Dark Knell. I'm trying to walk him a little bit closer to the middle here. Don't like he's just hiding. But if I go too far, he's gonna FMA and he's just gonna stand there still. Oh yes, he jumped. Alright, that was just rude. I went from one corner to another. Okay. %. Did I go in with Origin? I feel like this run has been a while. I feel like my runs are a little bit slower today. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably because I'm so used to running with like all the event buffs on. And then on top of that, the FD thing that we recently had. I don't remember if I used to run this boss without guild skills either. Sometimes I do run it without guild skills. The choo-choo buff lasts a little. We still have it at the moment. It'll stay on for a little bit longer. I think I'm just used to my battle mage doing a little bit more damage. Alright. What do we get out of this boss? Commanding Force Earrings, I suppose? Ooh, armor box. We'll never say no to an armor box. Alright, which one are we up to here? Cape? Cape. Nice. Just a bunch of arcane items. Eventually we'll tap them. Eventually. Alright, how many more do we have? We have Gloom and Slime. I think I don't have Origin, so maybe I'll just do Gloom. I feel like Slime will be sad if I do my first test without Origin. Any of you guys managed to get any drops today so far? I haven't seen too much. I've seen an arcane box. That's not bad. Pretty happy with an arcane armor on this character. Gives me some chances of pushing 21 maybe. I think 21 arcanes would be kind of fun. Let's still a little bit away. Oh, and also got a red ring box. That's not too bad. You got a Dreamy Belt and a Sorcery. Oh, congrats. It's kind of huge. Did we get Daybreak? Yeah. Oh yeah, I did get a Daybreak, didn't I? That's a pretty decent drop. I did in fact get a Daybreak today. Daybreaks are nice. They're not very common though. Honestly, the most surprising thing about Daybreaks for me is the fact that, one, they're not very common, and two, they're still kind of worse than Dom Pendants in terms of its stats. It's kind of surprising to me. Isn't the Dom Pendants, like, base stats a bit higher than Dom Pen? A bit higher? It's like 20 base with 3 attack compared to the Daybreak. It's like 8 with 2 attack. So the Dom Pen is actually still pretty good. For whatever reason they decided to. Yeah. The Daybreaks are best in slot once you replace your superior gear. What's my combat power? It's about 100 mil on this character. Yeah, it's about 100 mil. It's better because of the set. Yeah. So basically what happens is once you upgrade your... In theory, you get a bunch of pitch items, right? And then once you hit like 7 set pitch or 6 set pitch, you're still using the slime ring, right? So then you're replacing... You're starting to replace the superior Golix earrings and superior Golix belt. And once you do that, the Golix pendant isn't as good on its own because the Dawn set gives you 10% boss damage, right? So you're comparing a sub pendant versus 2 set Dawn, basically. Which makes the Dawn set a little bit better. Can we agree that Stella's complete crap? You know, there are some loadouts that you can use their Stella on. I have used the Stellar earrings unironically because I was able to swap off my pitch earlier. I swapped off my superior set earlier because of my Dreamy Belt. I had a 22 Dreamy Belt, and if I wore a 22 Dreamy Belt and a 22 Estella earring, it was actually better than my superior set. So there are some like very niche situations. If you have like very specific combinations of pitch, you can wear an Estella earring in GMS. And that's something that I did. There was a period of time where I was pretty much the only one using a 22 Estella, unironically. It was pretty early into when they released their Stellas as well. It was probably out for like maybe a month. Oops. Maybe a month at best. And I was using 22 Estellas. Because I just happened to get lucky with random pitch boss. I did the math for it, it was a little bit better. What are the ideal endgame drop accessories? Just whatever you can Star Force to 21, 22. Anything in the slots that you can 21 or 22 are best in slot for a drop gear. So pretty much like you can make superior drop gear, you can make Stellas, what else? Like Daybreaks, Slime Rings, Carnage Treasures, like the same stuff that you would use to your damage gear. But it's a little bit less restrictive because you don't care as much for the set bonus. I think that Stellas are probably preferable to superior Golix earrings as well, because they are level 160, so you get better pots in theory, and you also get better flames, and the Star Forcing tier is better. Transpose Sweetwater? I mean, technically, yeah. I don't know if I would ever be crazy enough to make Transpose Sweetwater drop gear, but you're not wrong. It's min-maxi? Yeah. I mean, anything that starts going into the realm of, like, pitch boss becomes very min-maxi because you can't even control pitch boss, right? It's not something that... You kind of just have to get lucky. If there was a reliable way, we could, like, talk a little bit more about being min-maxi on that sort of gear, but, you know, pitch boss is very hard to come by. You have to get lucky. Got hit by a stun ball, all good. Zero progression on pitch in the last 2 years? Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, right? It's, like, you will want to, like, prep around pitch, but it's not really something you can prepare around. Because pitch is just, you know, unreliable. Because not only do you have to get the item, you also have to upgrade the item and hope that it gets to 21 or 22 or wherever you want to get it to. Yeah, it's really difficult. You really just have to get lucky with it. Both in finding it and then Star Forcing it. Oh, we're so close. 0.5. Kill it while it's close. I don't think I can do enough damage. Oh, I'm just gonna die. Call it a day. Alright. Give us a ring of sorts. Ooh, a beanbag. Neat. Don't see those too often. Never use firing squad or will summon. It's just all those things is just damage. You might as well press them. They just give you more damage, right? Casual weapon box, yeah. Shame that I don't really need the weapon box. I would have been really happy if it was an armor box. But as soon as it flew out, I saw the swords and I was just like, damn, wrong box. I'm really lazy to do Chaos Slime. Without guild skills at least. Maybe I'll just do the rest of my bosses. I'll do slime another time. Thought this was a wild hunt. Would be pretty crazy if my wild hunter was this far into the game. Do you still do dailies? I have not done dailies on my battle mage in a very long time. The last time I did dailies was like the day that I cleared black mage, basically. Culvert? That's right. Can't do culvert. I just get another black bean mark. This character has too many black bean marks. I should probably, like, get rid of them. Because you don't really need them. I do unethical things for 1% FD. A lot of people would. When you get to the end game, you'll probably realize like a lot of the gains are really expensive, and there's not that much room for equipment gains. So then you start just optimizing your own DPS. It probably doesn't matter at the moment, but once you start getting further into the game, I can see people just like learning to press more of their skills. Because I also don't press the will skill that often on a lot of my bosses. Unironically 60 bill. Yeah, when you get to that point in the game, you just don't have any space to make that 1% FD gain, right? Like when you're at that point where you're either going for double primes or you're going for I don't know, like min-maxing flames and stuff like that, it just gets ridiculously expensive. And the gains are so small as well. And also, it's like you said, it says average, right? Average is the key word. It probably will cost a lot more than that. Yeah. But I feel like majority of players, probably like 99% of players, if not more, can't get to that point where 60 bill is their minimum gain. Going for 23 slime daybreaks? Yeah. I've talked about it before on like the stream. It's like when you're in that territory where you're either double priming everything, going for 23s and like min-maxing your flames just to get like that 20 stat extra, it's just like, it goes crazy. It's, at least for the slime ring, it's like not unreasonable to go 23 on a slime ring. Just because it's like one of the few best in slot items that are kinda easy to get spares of. All things considered. Yeah. 23 in general is crazy. You're just blowing up everything. Sounds like a second main angle. You would think so, but in the perspective of the guys that are going for this, they want to be able to clear the newest content as soon as possible, right? Because we know that Limbo is coming out. If you're in that group of people that are going for 23 like slime rings in this case, you're aiming to do the newest content as soon as possible, and you want to make progress towards that. So it's not as easy as just like just make a new main. It's like, that's not the point. How much combat power does your battle mage have? It has 100 mil combat power. Oh, I'm gonna make sure I don't die here. Not the soul reset. Arcane 22 weapon. It's yeah, it's not great. I think going for an arcane weapon above 19 is a waste of money. You can definitely do most things in the game with just a 17 star weapon. I know, or at least until the point where you liberate, right? Because the weapon only is relevant until you liberate. Unless you are mid-liberation, it's a very specific time, I think. Like, if you're mid-liberation and you're trying to clear more content and you really want the damage now, I can see an argument to, like, upgrading the weapon. If you're like 2 or 3 months off of liberating, but you and your party want to do like Carlos or Carling, I can kind of understand, like, if you're really trying to get the most out of your meso, makes sense. But in most cases, people shouldn't really star force their weapon past 19. 17 is like pretty standard, of course. 18 is actually kind of safe, because if you're doing it on a 5, 10, 15, you might not even safeguard, but if you do decide to safeguard, you're only safeguarding 1 star. So 18 is not the worst, and the chance of it blowing up at 18 is kind of low. 19 is expensive, and then obviously 20 plus is crazy. Karnas can send their weapon? Yeah, that's right. Because Karnas use their fan as a secondary, which is kind of wild. Assuming if everything else is 21, 22, do you think it's possible to BM with a 17 weapon? Oh yeah, that's what I did. All of my gear was 21 except for my arcanes. My weapon was 17 and my armors were all 19. And I soloed Black Mage. Like on this character. So it's definitely doable. 17 eye patch? It was a 19 eye patch, yeah. 19 eye patch. But I also had a black heart. So that helped out a lot. It was a pretty ambitious clear in hindsight, but I'm glad that I got it done. Does W work on Black Mage? Does it? I can see it working in P3 at most. That kind of makes sense. Like if the guy gets aggroed, gives you a lot of space if you can aggro it in a good spot. I don't know if it does though. All right. Okay, how many MVPs? 5. Not bad. I'm pretty happy with 5 MVPs. The only bosses I have left are Seren and Slime, but... the 280, let me in. That's all good. We'll kick P3, but won't shotgun P4. Oh, interesting. That's pretty useful though. Keeping him still in certain spots is kind of nice. It's very handy for I think P4 it's kind of nice just being able to just keep him still. But for P3 is annoying. When he runs after you on most classes, you run out of space sometimes. So it's kind of nice. After you live, are you still going to BM on your battle mage? I mean, I don't see why not. There's still a Genesis badge that I need to get, right? It's always the Genesis badge. Is there anything else I need to move across? I think that should be okay. Let's go claim our reward points and I guess do some other things. Alright, which character should I go on next? I could do my weeklies on my mechanic, or I can do it another time. Oh, Culvert. Should probably do Culvert. How do I go Culvert? I'm just gonna use a green pot and a blue pot. Because I'm lazy. Culvert is Culvert. I don't even remember how to do my Culvert actually. I'm in drop gear, XD. All good. Can I swap to damage gear in here? I can. All good. Nice continuous ring. I was like, something seems wrong here. I'm not trolling, guys. In all fairness, usually my culvert's 0. At least more recently, it's been 0. I try my best now, though. Full send culvert. I mean, you can probably guess what the full culvert would be. I don't know where my will skill is. I don't even have it bound on my hotkey. I think the last time I tried doing it, I was probably around 8,000 culverts. So it's kind of nice to see the number going up. Kind of nice. I mean, if I had my right damage gear at the beginning, it might have been 10k. Oh, it did hit 10k. Oh, nice. I think if I didn't even have my fams out, and my continuous ring wasn't on. I think if I had it. Most of the things I could probably get like 12 at most. I don't think it'd be more than 12 though. Assuming I had my fams and my my continuous ring on. Yeah, I mean that seems pretty reasonable. 10k culvert. We'll take it. Alright. Trying to make a second mule. Hyperburn Nightwalker didn't like it. What's your new proper main then? Or are you just waiting for you're waiting for the next Hyperburn? Wait, should I have done flag? I might as well do flag, right? Kana? Wow. You can probably get 15k if you full buff. Really? From 10 to 15? Seems a bit crazy. Alright, what is the flag race today? If it's sunset, it's doomed. Ah, it's so doomed, it's sunset. Sunset is free. I'm so bad at sunset. And I'll tell you exactly why. Maybe I'll be able to demo it immediately. It's specifically right at the end. The jump right at the end, I'm really impatient. And I always fall right at the end. Let's see if I do okay here today. It's looking so far so good. Oh, I griefed it. All good. I jumped too early. Oh, I missed my jump. All good. This jump here, I missed it every time. I made it this time, but I failed the easy jump earlier. Ah, 900, good enough. Alright. Should I do my Xenon bosses, or should I do something else? Kinda lazy to do too many bosses today. Maybe I'll just do the easy ones on my Wild Hunter. We'll just do some easy ones today. Why am I my damage gear? I was gonna say. Oh, my pets are in my Xenon's inventory again. Hello, Rand. Welcome. problem with farming on 2 characters. You just don't know where you leave your pets. Unless it was ready in the cash shop. That'd be so troll. Feels good being able to put everything through, but it's always so easy to forget. I wish you could just put the cash shop items just straight into the storage. That would save a lot of effort going back and forth. But then again, I guess we don't have to worry about the cash shop crashing like it used to. You guys remember that? Like every time you clicked the cash shop, you had like a 30% chance of just crashing your game. Those were dark times. Good old crash shop. You missed the crash shop? I don't. It was terrible when you used to needed to buy... What was it? Cubes from the cash shop. This is one of the nicest additions to the game right here. This cube shop. Being able to just buy it straight from here. So good. Buff freezes was also dark, yeah. Holy buff freezes. Where should we start? Let's just do... just standard bosses, I guess. Oh. Actually, I don't really need to be in my damage gear. I can just do this in my drop gear. If I do this in my drop gear, I can start off with Golix. No, wrong NPC.
Go Holly.
Oh my god,
Holly.
Thanks, Anil.
Go Holly. Go Holly.
That was
Go
instant
Holly.
this time.
Go Holly.
Didn't even have a
Go
delay.
Holly. Go 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 Holly. Go.
Well, welcome to my stream, guys. Where Anil is a menace. I didn't mind Abyssal Expedition too much. It wasn't the best event, but it was, at least it was straightforward. Yeah, staying online for that long was kind of crazy though. Need to update the bar now. I'll do that in a sec. We'll get the superior earring one day, guys. We'll get it one day. Power bills have gone crazy. Yup. I did also, yeah. I did actually leave my stones did level up, which is kind of nice. Yeah, good luck in your H-Lomian. Congrats on your eye patch and heart and Zerk. Hopefully everybody has some fun drops. Pitch boss is kind of painful, but hopefully you guys hit something. It'd be nice to see it. And if you do hit it, feel free to share into the Discord. If you guys aren't already in it, feel free to join as well. I like seeing people make gains. It's kind of fun. Alright. What's a boss that I can make use of this drop gear with? Oh, actually Pinot. I can do Pinot, right? The other ones don't matter too much, but Pinot I can do. I just did Arcarium, yeah. Oh, Pinot and Pink Bean, I suppose. Actually, I don't really care about Pink Bean as much anymore, now that I have a monocle. I think I'll just settle 19 monocle. CPAP? Nah, I don't care about the PAP mark anymore either. I don't want to do any more, what's the word? I don't want to do more Commercy. Oh. Pinot fam incoming. If I get a Pinot fam, I am putting it onto my battle mage. Yep, that's the plan. Oh. I'll grab that familiar card in a second. You gonna switch mains to Wild Hunter or just be second main? At the moment, I don't know. I am sort of leaning towards playing my Battle Mage, but there are some quality of life things that are stopping me from playing that class. In particular, just the familiars. I would like to get better fams on my Battle Mage because it has 130% IAD fam and that's it. So I would like to see, you know, fams to go into like higher regions so then I can go for, you know, either boss damage or better IAD fams or whatever it is. What was that Root Abyss Daily for? I just went in there to charge my soul. It's just an easy place to teleport to. Please, sir, come down. Oh. Is it only on Epic? Or Unique? Or you can get it on Epic? You can get on both. Yeah, both Epic and Unique you can get it. I don't want to go up there. She's gonna put me in a cage. I'm gonna sit around for like 5 minutes. Damn, no Carnage treasures. Just the shoulder. Alright, now we can go to the other bosses. Might as well do Pink Bean. Don't really need the eye accessory too much, but might as well do it. You plug a mouse and keyboard into it and play? Oh, that's pretty cool. So these are just like portable devices. When is reset time? Reset was like 4 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago. You want to re-heal with you? Nah, it's okay. I already have my bossing run set up. Can't I hit? But thank you for the offer. Hello, welcome. What's another boss that can drop something? I mean, I might as well try CPAP. Maybe a PAP mark drops for fun. Can make it into drop gear, I suppose. Because what I'm using right now is just a Zakum accessory. Otherwise, I can always make the black bean mark into drop gear. Because I'm pretty happy with my monocle. I just pressed everything without any buffs. Oh, I accidentally pressed that and I jumped out of the laser. Genius player. Wait, I picked up the crystal, right? Okay. Alright, now we can go back to the boring stuff. I think the pat mark, in my experience, has been rarer than pitch. I feel like I see it less often than any other item. I'm guessing you don't want to play on play Maple with lag, hey? I mean, exit lag once you start playing with it. It's a pretty noticeable difference. It's definitely a noticeable difference. Yeah, for anyone who's in like Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, playing connecting to like North America, exit lag is kind of nice. Can't say much about like the connection from other areas, but yeah, it's very nice. Okay. Next up, CRA. We love making money. Feels good. Reset's always so fun, as you just see your character get a bunch of money. Because we're already on like 8 bill now, almost 9. So after I finish all of my Wild Hunters weeklies, I'll be at 10 again. What are your guys' least favorite bosses to do on a weekly? I think for me it's probably still Pink Bean in a lot of cases. Pink Bean, and just off the top of my head, there's probably a few others. Akechi, if I don't one-shot him, that is very fair. Yeah, hard Damien is up there for weaker classes. Just Damien in general. This is always in the air. I can't tell what hat I'm wearing. It's kind of troll. Ooh, sparkling red. Made an extra mule to avoid doing Pinot. That is, you know, that is kind of fair. Because you missed out on a few crystals, right? If you wanted to do that, do Pinot on those characters. Honestly, Pinot is pretty annoying if you don't have a soul. That was the main reason that my mechanic didn't do Pinot for a while. I mean, I did it once or twice, but then I realized I really don't want to do Pinot when I can't get through like some of the stages too quickly. Run Pierre with turn character to red fam. On a weak character? No thank you. Should add soul enchanters to the store? That'd be nice actually. It's so random that you can only get it from like certain drops. Yeah, the third floor is also pretty annoying. Just the entirety of the stages in Pinot is annoying. They fixed the whale, but the rest of it is still pretty crap. Like, every boss has some gimmick that makes it annoying to do on each individual floor. Like, you've got the whale that teleports you around. Then you have the soldiers where you need a soul to clear conveniently. What's next? Then you have the guy who just doesn't come down after you kill the eels. Then the following one, she can just put you in a cage if you don't do enough damage fast enough. She just puts you in a cage and just sit around for 2 minutes. Like... Yeah, it's a lot of things that they could do better. Should I sub to this Lucker Dog? That is a crazy calm. I say yes. I say you should. Not biased. I heard all of my members are very lucky. Yep. All of them are very lucky. Oh, this character does not do Akechi very fast. But yeah, that's up to you though if you want to join. I do appreciate the support. Even you guys just being here in the stream, I really appreciate. So you guys don't have to do anything. If I don't get any pitch, I'm demanding refunds. That is crazy. It's not my fault. Your luck gets funneled to him once you sub. That being said, I should probably update the bar because Anil's donated earlier. Thank you, Anil, if you're still around. I appreciate it. Keep getting away with it. I mean, today has been pretty uneventful so far. Been pretty uneventful. Thank you for joining us, MVP Silver. I will update that too. Alright. One day, this thing will automatically update. Xenon will hit everything. You know what? I would prefer it not. I would prefer it not be the Xenon, please. It's always the Xenon. Let my other characters hit. I think my Wild Hunter hasn't done anything too impressive, so... yeah. Let's do a Hard Lotus. I can probably do Hard Lotus, right? Do I need Blink for Hard Lotus? It's probably preferable, right? Sometimes I'll need it. Probably doesn't make too much of a difference though. Stream again in 8 hours. Is it a 40% way rarer than a 30 and 20? I don't actually know what the chances of getting these fams are. I just know that they're hard to get. So I'll never complain about fams. Okay, let's do that. Guild skills. Get this thing. That's probably enough to go by. Because I think I did already make a decent amount of gains. I don't think... I did this before 5, 10, 15. So this would be after 5, 10, 15. So it should be a lot easier. You got a Dom pendant? Hey, that's pretty good. Dom pendants are nice. Paid for testimonials is crazy. I actually don't know what stuns me. I get stunned a lot in this phase. I haven't figured out what causes it. I just cop it most of the time. All I know is something stuns. Oh, it's that. Alright, I saw it this time. All good. Paid chatter. No, get the shield out of here. Do I 2 burst out of here? Or do I just DPS out of here? I feel like I would rather DPS here because it's pretty safe. P1's pretty safe, all things considered, compared to P2. Maybe I'll enter P2 with burst. Desyncs my burst a little bit, but that's kind of okay, I think. Is this Hard Lotus? Yeah, this is Hard Lotus. I mean, if I burst it out, I probably would have been out already, but I'm already here. I just wanted to go into P2 with bursts, that's all. It'll be worth it, it's okay. It'll be worth saving bursts in P2. $40, $35, $30 have the same odds. Ah, I see. When are we getting 70 view modes? I don't even know if that's possible on YouTube. I mean, I could try. That's something I could look into. What map should I cube in? It's a good question, honestly. If you find a good answer to that, let me know as well. Looking pretty good on the damage so far, considering how I didn't use Origin. So it'll just be a nice and simple 2 burst out of here. Oops. Not very good at dodging that. Not the enraged mode. Just don't punch me into the fire and we're good. Oh. Yeah, I thought he'd do that. Kind of want to drag it toward the middle a little bit. What float stops Lotus from flinging you? It's blink. If you hold blink when you're about to get flung, it will keep you still. I mean, it doesn't come up that often, but uh-oh. But it's kind of nice when it does come up. Because usually you would like to try to avoid it anyway. Like, you shouldn't be getting hit by it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. These laser beams that follow you around are the most annoying ones, actually. Any reason you don't use Type X? Yeah, honestly, I don't actually know how to play this character. I just press my buttons in a sequence. But also, I let it play out because the amount of times that my character gets stuck on the Jaguar form after pressing Primal Fury is like more than 0, and it's kind of annoying. All right. Like genuinely, the amount of times that I would try to press Primal Fury and then do something only for it to get cancelled is so much. It's so annoying. Whoa, I almost died to that. That is so... Oh, I got flung up anyway. That's unfortunate. I wanted to try to get him down here first. Yeah, the damage is actually pretty good here. No, not maximum alert mode. No, I tried to avoid that. Oh, the laser. Okay, I'm staying away from the lasers. Oh god, everything's chasing after me. Throw grenades in general direction. Hope they hit. All good. Oh no. Uh-oh. I'm so dead. I got flung up in the thing. Why is this... You know what I just realized as well? Why does my character not have the like go back into summon Jaguar mode after I die? Hello? I have to summon my Jaguar every time. Oh, don't fling me. I keep thinking I can duck that. Lotus is an absolute gamer. Keeps teleporting away. Oh, keeps teleporting away from the lasers. Should be safe, hopefully. Uh-oh. Please, you're so close to getting out of your angry mode. Alright, he's a lot less angry now. But he's still stuck in a corner. Come out here. I don't want to be in the corner. Uh-oh. I mean, I could probably clear without using another burst, right? You know what? I'm just gonna press it. Nice. This Wild Hunter's getting decently strong. Pretty happy with that. I think I cut down my Hard Lotus by about like 3 minutes. It's pretty good. You just solid Hard Lotus as well? Alright, here comes the Zerk. Oh, so Hard Lotus. Oh, nice. Congrats. It's like a 15-minute Hard Lotus. What can I even do with that, other than Damien? You got reality checked by Hard Will. Oh yeah, Hard Will's a lot more difficult. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything else on this character though, unfortunately. Don't think I'll be able to solo Hard Damien without the entirety of my guild skills. You're eating yogurt, you're drinking coffee. Shouldn't you do it the other way around? Wouldn't yogurt into the coffee make more sense? Because then it will sink into the cup. I feel like if you poured coffee on top of yogurt, it would just like kind of stay on top of it, right? Alright. I think that's enough bossing for the time being. Oh, we cannot combine them. I mean, it's like coffee and putting cream into your coffee, right? It's just a different kind of cream. When it comes to stalling, I would typically stall in P2. P3, you're on a timer, which is the webs. So it makes a lot more sense to stall in P2, where the only thing that you have to worry about is Will, but if he's on 4%, you can phase it at any point. It's a lot safer there. You can probably just hide in the corner if you really wanted to as well. Okay, so let's go farm for a bit. Because I don't want to do any more bosses right now. Should probably do my dailies as well. You can perm hold P3. It's still pretty tricky. High effort as well. I feel like for most classes, the amount of effort that it takes to hold for a long time is quite annoying. I feel like most classes can't conveniently do damage while holding, unless you just stop attacking to avoid everything. Let's be real. I feel like most of the time you don't want to be in Will for like longer than like say 2 origins worth in P2 in P3. I feel like if you can get 2 origins off, that's already pretty good. Staying for longer than 2 origins just sounds kind of painful. Did your first hard will, hard vehicular, hard dark nail solo yesterday? Hey, congrats. Hey, it doesn't matter if what level you are. It's just like, it's your own achievement. I'm happy for you. A clear is a clear. Sometimes you just don't go out of your way to get the solo. And that's fine. Just because you can doesn't mean you have to, right? And let's be honest, when you have like a group of people that you're willing to do bosses with, for example, just being able to, you know, to get quick and easy clears is just better than soloing. Unless, yeah. I think if you're just dueling and you're not too fussed about the source, for example, and you'd rather not go through the hassle of soloing, I can understand it. I personally would always go for the, the source prio, but I can understand if people don't find it fun. You get a lot more meso soloing. That is a big part of my motivation. It's the meso and also like the soul prio. Have to do High Mountain. On a new character, High Mountain is pretty painful. It does take a while. The first time I did High Mountain on my Wild Hunter, it took about an hour. But it gets a lot faster. It gets a lot faster once you put some gains. Usually within a week, it cuts it down by a lot. So, forgot to do bosses till yesterday. That's all good. What better way to force yourself to solo bosses than you can't do your bosses normally. So good. But hey, at least now you have the achievement to remind you that you can do it, and that's what matters. You always cheesed it with healing fams. Yeah, in P2 there's a lot more things that make you take damage than you'd think. It's a bit of practice to be able to dodge all the little things that do chip damage. In particular the legs. I think people underestimate just how much damage racks up when you don't have healing fams. Or if you only have one person's worth of healing fams. And how much your Moonlight actually matters when you go into P2 and 3 and you're just avoiding all the little red balls, so then you can actually cleanse or heal or whatever it is. For me, like the first time that I went into P3 Will solo, it was a learning lesson where it's just like, wow, so I really can't get hit by anything, huh? I also did it when the Moonlight production was a lot slower. And I remember being told by somebody, because I was asking somebody who has done the solo before, and I just asked them, hey, can you help me? Like, teach me how to do the boss, basically. And you watch me do a run. And the words that got stuck in my mind was, if you get knocked back into the webs, your run is basically over, if you're trying to min clear. If you get knocked back into the webs at any point, your run is probably over. Because you're wasting too much time, you lose too much Moonlight that way. That's what I remember him telling me. And those words stuck with me. Avoid everything that I tried to dodge, I will always dodge the knockback in Will. Yeah. With 55k stat, I think most classes can get hard Will done pretty quickly. If you sync up the poison with your origin burst, P3, and your character's strong, 55k stat's pretty strong. And you go into P3 with that, you just blow up the boss. Like, straight up. It's only when you start, like, dropping your stat by a lot, then the boss becomes a lot trickier. Like, if you're in there for longer than 5 minutes, it can be pretty difficult if you're not used to holding. And if your webs get out of control, it's really hard. But if you're strong and you just never got around to soloing it and you just need to learn to, you know, not mess up your burst and not die in random spots, it's a pretty reasonable boss. But yeah, 55k stat is a very comfy hard will run. For V-Healer, you still have to kind of dodge things for a little longer. I imagine it'd be like a 15-minute V-Healer run, which is not the most fun, I'd say. Not the most fun. Okay. We have 5 MVPs left so far. That's not too bad. I still have my Xenon and my Wild Hunt, not my Wild Hunter, my Mechanic to go through, so hopefully we get a few more MVPs. It's kind of nice that I can upkeep MVPs on whatever character I'm training. It's got to be a very nice bonus. Now that I've relaxed a little bit, just a reminder for everybody to drink water and stretch. Especially if you've been farming for a while. Straighten up, don't just be staring at your monitor. 2 centimeters away from the monitor. Now that I said that, I don't know if people actually do that, but I do catch myself kind of like leaning forward a little bit, even though I don't really need to. And for MapleStory, I feel like you don't really need to lean in. But I have seen some videos of like the FPS pros, whether it be Valorant or Counter-Strike, and they just like sit up right in front of the monitor, and I just always think to myself, man, how can you see anything? How can you see anything like that? Some of those guys have some pretty crazy posture. And then you have that one other pro who literally like leans back when he plays. Those who lean forward, full immersion into the game. It's like that serious mode. When you sit forward, then you're serious, right? Looks like he's on top of like how lean forward he is. that is good imagery right there. Leaning forward like it's a bike. Your whole view is only the game. I feel like my eyes would hurt doing that. I don't know. I would not be able to do that. You got 2 obtained lines going back to back while trying to drop gear. I'm assuming you already have all the meso lines you need. That's pretty funny. This is it. Come on, you gotta drop. I'm assuming you're looking for 2 lines of drop or like some kind of hybrid line. Otherwise, I'd imagine you would... Oh, unless you're talking about like 2 separate meso lines. I feel like if I saw a double meso line, I'd probably keep it. It's kind of true though. The amount of times that I've seen people complain about things only for them to hit it immediately after. I'm guilty of that too. I'm just like, oh, just give me this, and I'll stop complaining, and then it drops. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll stop complaining, I suppose. You got all the mess you need? Yeah, that's fair. What point in progression would you recommend pushing drop gear past 180 drop? For the most part, I think for a lot of players, it's not really worthwhile going for hybrids because they're very expensive and they're kind of high variance. I know the average for like double lines is whatever it says, like 3 or 4 bill or whatever. In my experience, it's very volatile. Like you can easily go 10 bill or more without seeing any double lines, right? And that would feel really bad because unlike for star forcing, you can kinda edge away with like 1 star worth of gain even within 10 bill. If you're just going from 17 to 18, for example, that's it might cost you 10 bill if you're unlucky, but you'll get 1 star. Whereas for cubing, I don't know, personally it feels so bad to spend 10 bill and get literally nothing, right? So unless you're really dedicated to farming, like if you were to farm 2 to 3 hours a day, for example, which I know some people do, you can go for hybrids because you can at least make back the money that you're spending into the hybrids, and it will add up in the long term. But typically, if you're only grinding for maybe half an hour a day, I wouldn't even consider it. I will say though, out of all the lines that you would like to see, it wouldn't be bad to go for double line of drop. I think 2 lines of drop is pretty valuable, although very expensive to specifically get, because then you get maximum drop rate on your equipment to break the boxes in the boss room. If you can get 200% equipment drop rate, it's actually pretty valuable. But to specifically get 2 lines of drop, it can be expensive. And unless you knew exactly what you're doing, I wouldn't recommend most players going for hybrids. It's just very expensive. If I had to pick a spot for my personal progression where I would consider hybrids at all, I would like to see all of my gear at least 21 star with 3 lines on my damage gear. Once I hit that point, then I might consider going back for hybrids. Because at that point, the gains that you're making are so expensive or like so volatile that you're probably waiting for star forcing events anyway. And if you really have the itch to upgrade something, hybrids are not a terrible thing to do. Because at least you won't lose progress, but you're at that point where it's hard to make progress anyway, so yeah. I feel like if you were like full 17 star legendary gear, hybrids are very low priority. Should I go 4 set Eternal and settle all 18, or save the last piece spare, relating the other 3? I actually don't know. When it comes to Eternals, there's so many different ways to approach it, and because I haven't gotten my first Eternal kit before, right? I have not gotten Eternals before. It's hard for me to make a proper comment on that. I think it just depends on your perspective of like what you want to do. Because from my understanding, full 18, or at least like 3 set 18, is better than full 22 CRA, off the top of my head. If you're okay making those sorts of gains, then you can do that. I think that's kind of reasonable. Because it is better than your CRA gear. And then you can slowly roulette it. But also, there is a part of me that would like to think like, you're better off finishing off the exclusives first. That's my opinion. I wouldn't hate the idea of like full sending the hat and the shoulder to 22 because those are exclusives. And chances are, if you are already clearing these bosses to get Eternals, the extra 1% or 2% FD gain is probably not going to make or break anything. And also, everything is super expensive anyway, so it's just painful. I don't know. I feel like all the ways are valid, but I probably would lean towards finishing the exclusives first, like the hat and the shoulder. Just so then I have 2 bosses that can get top and bottom. But that's my preference. Counting Jenny weapon, the Eternal set counts. Thing you recommend? Oh yeah, that's true. I forget about that. The Jenny weapon is actually in the Eternal set, right? So then if you full replace full 18 and then you have full set with the Jenny weapon, that sounds pretty good. I don't actually know what the Eternal set is. Like, as in the bonus. I don't actually know what it is. I haven't really looked into it. Just stack Meso and spares for star forcing events? Yeah, that's my recommendation. There you go. If you're one to make like steady gains, the 18 star thing makes sense though. I have a friend who's doing exactly that. But I also have a lot of friends who did it the other way, where they just full sent the hat and then full sent the shoulder. Just hope that they go. Just so then they can be done with it. I think all these different ways are valid. Just kind of, you're at that point in the game where you're just kind of hoping that the Eternals get sent anyway. Any drops today? I got like 1 or 2 ring drops on my battle mage. Nothing interesting. I got a Daybreak, a Twilight Mark, also on my battle mage, and I think an armor box. So pretty reasonable drops on the battle mage, but nothing too amazing. That's all I've done so far. I'm doing well, thank you, Angel. Blaster is the next main. It depends. We might end up making a blaster. That's why I have a bit of that that donation goal there. I don't particularly want to do blaster, but you know, I made an off comment about, you know, if we get to 1,000 on the donation, I'll do a blaster for the next Hyperburn. Initial plan to do roulette. That's a pretty interesting way of doing it. It makes sense though. when you're at that point in the in the end game, it's so interesting to see like what are the small like optimizations you can make. It all kind of comes down to luck though with those Eternals though. It's just so expensive. I'm always so like a big part of the reason why I don't really care about Eternals is just the sheer amount of meso cost it takes to tap them. Even on a 5, 10, 15 or Shining, it's so ridiculously expensive. When's the next major event? I think the next major event will be the milestone event in November. Real play is just hit. That is a statement. It's kind of true though. Thoughts on when to upgrade Soul Janus? It's kind of hard to say. Like when you get to the point where your damage gains aren't gonna make or break your boss runs, is a decent time to put it into Janus. At least until like level 10, right? Because you get more EXP that way. You farm more frags. You have lazier farm too, which is nice. I have this problem too with Soul Janus. Actually, I don't know when I would want to push the skill. Because every time that I think about pushing the skill, I always think to myself, well, I could upgrade my skills. That sounds kind of fun. So yeah, even for me, it's a problem. I don't really know. I think it's very much down to personal preference. If your goal is to get to 285, for example, I think pushing Soul Janus makes a lot of sense. Because then you're not prioritizing like your damage by any means. But if you're trying to clear new bosses, it probably makes sense to put your fragments into your skills. For the clutter in Will, what's the dodge priority? I think typically dodge priority number 1 is getting hit by Will. His knockbacks are probably the most dangerous part of the fight. Like he can just throw you into multiple things that get you killed, especially in P2 and P3. Like if you get flung into a web, it's pretty tragic. And you just died for no reason. In P3, if he hits you and knocks you back into a web, you get skill locked and he does white eyes, then that's another life that you just lost for no reason, right? So priority number 1 will always be Will's knockback attack. And I guess number 2 would probably be the red orbs, because they take away your moonlight. Taking away your moonlight in P1 is pretty irrelevant because it builds so fast. But in P2, where you have to be pretty careful with your heals, it's probably best to avoid the red orbs. And same with P3, you want to be able to cleanse as many webs as possible throughout the fight, especially if you're trying to do a min clear. So avoiding the red orbs is very important. So you probably go like knockback, webs, and then the legs after. Don't even have your notes at 25? Yeah, that's the same with me. Like some of my things are not 25 either. Half the frags into damage, half the frag into Soul Janus? Yeah. P1 there's also the tornado, yeah. At least for the tornado, he does have like a really long animation for it, so it's kind of easy to dodge in a sense. But the knockback into the tornado can definitely get you killed, so just be careful of that. But yeah, the orbs take away your moonlight. It just straight up deducts your bar. It adds up. Reverse is also a pain, yeah. Man. Should have made more coffee for myself. Already out. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing. I missed the name. That's what I get for having it not show up for too long. But thank you for joining. For Hard Will, just being able to avoid most of his attack is pretty nice though. It's good. It's a good habit because everything that you learn in Hard Will, it carries over onto a lot of other bosses too. Things like Seren as well. Seren also has like similar mechanics where you don't really want to get attacked by her auto attack. Your gauge just gets sent to the moon if you can't can't dodge her jabs. Man, the amount of parties that I've been in that don't realize that the jab increases their gauge. Nothing like face tanking the jab and then wondering why your gauge is going up. Going back in, was waiting for guild skills. Good luck, Percy. Hopefully you get the clear. Man of pies up. Yeah. The test is... It's hard when it's... If you're not in a call with each other to remind each other to coordinate. In a big party, it's very easy to mess up. It's very easy. That's why when I do Seren, it tends to be in a smaller party, so it's... The communication is a little bit easier, if we even need comms. Always call on chat, yeah, but it's also kind of hard. Because people call on chat, but do people read chat? The manner, it's kind of like the V-Healer issue, right? The more people you have in your party, the more likely that the test is just going to be failed. Seren is very similar. And someone who always just stays dead? Yup. That is also very true. Or somebody who thinks that they can iframe the test and gets everybody else killed and they're like, why'd you guys all die? I didn't die. And sometimes the really tragic one in Seren is when on your screen somebody else doesn't make it to the safe spot, so you die. So it's just like half of the party dies because it's client-sided. I have a 218 dual blade that I want to main. Torn if I want to park it until next Hyperburn or push it now. I think if you are interested in the dual blade, just keep playing it. I know that the Hyperburn gives you a lot of stuff, but it is still quite far away. Like the Hyperburn is still almost 2 months away, right? So unless you're really okay waiting 2 months to push your dual blade and then working on other things like Lynx and Legion for 2 months, I think it's okay to just do stuff on your dual blade. And you treat the Hyperburn as a power level to get your 6th job. I think if you can treat it like a power level to 6th job, it becomes a little bit easier. Because I know there are a lot of stuff that they give you in the Hyperburn. There's a lot of symbols, there's a lot of node stones that you might miss out on if you level up too much. But the biggest value of the Hyperburn is being able to get straight to 260. Or like a really fast track to 260. I think it's fine to work on your main now if you're enjoying it. But if you're okay taking it easy and working on your Lynx and your Legion and stuff like that, that's valid too. But I in my opinion, if you're enjoying your dual blade main, just keep playing it. And who knows, maybe you don't like dual blade as much as you think you do. There's that fair chance as well where you find out some things about the class you don't like, or you see somebody else play a class that you're more interested in. And then suddenly your Hyperburn becomes more valuable because you have a dual blade that is stronger, so then you can do, let's say, a few bosses on it, get some weeklies in for some money. Then your dual blade suddenly funds your new character. It's just like things like that. You never really know. Yeah, I'd say stick with the dual blade. Just keep pushing it. 2 months is a long time. You never really know what's happening in 2 months. As much as I would like recommend you do like Lynx and Legion, it's not exactly the most fun thing to continuously make characters and then leveling them up to like 140 or whatever it is. Yeah. Next Hyperburn should have item burning. What's the item burning? I haven't really looked into the milestone update, to be honest. Legion is 5.5, 3 set Sira, 3 set Absol. Hit 4-second cooldown hand. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, nah, you can stick with the dual blade. I think your Legion is in a point where you're kind of just waiting for events anyway. And in both senses, you're waiting for events of some sort. I think at the very least, work on your dual blade so that it can do a decent amount of bosses. It sounds like it's relatively in a good spot. Your account's in a good spot right now. If you can solo a normal Lotus, normal Damien, and all the bosses underneath it in like, say an hour, or even faster. At the very least, your dual blade's in a really good spot. I'd say just push your main at that point. Keep dying out. You know, actually, if you want to, I have that channel in my Discord where you can upload your bossing runs. So if you record your hard will run, feel free to put it into that channel, and then I can watch back your run. And then I can give you like some tips on what you can do, because I feel like just saying don't get hit is it's not very useful advice. Maybe if I can actually see the run, might be a bit easier. Back from a nap. That is something that you can do if you want to upload your boss runs and stuff. Can definitely help you out on it. Not even hard as normal. I mean, normal and hard, the mechanics are not that different. It's just a difference of HP. I think normal does a little less damage than hard will, but the mechanics are almost identical. Easy will is a lot different. Easy will is a lot easier, but normal will is very similar to hard will. I think the main difference is probably the Moonlight generation. So get a bunch of items that just get stronger? Oh, interesting. That's a pretty cool concept. Evolving items. That's very interesting. I'd say though, still, like, because of how far it is though, I feel like if anybody in chat is like working on a character right now and you don't really know if you want to wait until the burning, I'd say just work on your main and see how you feel about it. Conflicted because big issue is nodes. Everything's stuck at level 1. Yeah. The free nodes would help, but at the same time it is 2 months away. It is still... It's still quite a ways away. Solo easy lucid. 260 should be pretty easy. You would think so, but you'd be surprised how many people are not, like, super aware or don't really have the knowledge to, like, make the correct item upgrades to be able to do so. You would be very surprised. This game is a lot more convoluted than a lot of us remember, because we kind of already went through, like, the difficult part of this game. And we've been playing for so long, so a lot of these things kind of become second nature to us. But there is a lot in the game where you just don't know. Night Trip in October, it should be, yeah. Alright, my coupon's done. What I'm gonna do is see if I can get this last fam to get to unique. And then I might try to farm in Burning Cernium, just to get some more EXP. I don't know where, but I think I wouldn't mind moving on from here. Let's see if we can get this familiar upgrade though. And then I need to find out if I can one-shot in any of the areas. Alright, so we're going to be stuck in here for a little bit longer, that's okay. Burning Library 6 is 18k an hour. It's just a case of I need to find a map that is lazy as well. not just good rates. I'm a very lazy guy. I don't like moving around too much. I need to start doing Monster Park again. I'm starting to run out of these boxes. Worst system ever? Yeah, it's pretty bad. FAMs are not my favorite, but hey, they are pretty good though. They do give a lot of bonuses if you happen to hit. If you hit. Follow the item power to their levels. That's an interesting concept. I'm kind of curious to see what happens. Got Carnage Treasure? Hey, congrats. Carnage Treasure is pretty nice. Oh. Need to sit a little bit closer to the PC. I'm like leaning forward a bit. I want to be able to lean back a little bit in my chair. I need to buy myself a new chair actually. This thing is kind of dying. It's very creaky too. What kind of chairs do you guys use? I'm pretty happy with the one I bought. I bought this chair like a long time ago. It's just like a random office chair. A lawn chair. Lawn chair is crazy. Yeah, a bunch of you guys have the secret lab chair. You guys all said that at the same time. It's crazy. How much XP an hour are you getting here? I've done half an hour so far, and I made 3%, so I get, I suppose, 6% an hour here. A little bit less maybe. Office ergonomic chair. I have looked into those ergonomic chairs. The only issue is that they're kind of expensive, as you would expect. Ergonomic chairs, not exactly the cheapest chairs to go for, but they do look nice and comfortable. Yeah, I would like to get a good chair, but it's very expensive to get a good chair. Found on the side of the prime condition. That is crazy. How are you guys like saying? I don't know. How are you guys doing this? Like, you guys are literally talking about the same thing every single time, just like at the same time. One person says Herman Miller, another person says Herman Miller, like almost right after. No, but then it's just like the context of it, right? You guys managed to say the same thing at the same time. Finding a 2K chair on the side of the road is kind of crazy though. You stole from your old office job. Fell asleep in your chair is the best nap you ever had. Yeah, maybe I'll have a look into chairs again. I am kind of down on a bit of money because we recently made some changes around the house, so a little bit down on the money. Maybe after this month I'll have a look around, see what I can do. I gotta answer some more important questions at the moment, like what do I want for dinner? That's a good question. blaster money, or he went to fixing the sink. Maybe not the sink, but yeah, definitely went into something in there in the house. You've done 4 characters of Haven and Dark World Tree. I feel you on that one. I did exactly the same thing for my Wild Hunter when I finally got the Abso pieces. There was a lot of Dark World Tree done in one day. I think it was like 7 characters worth. Because I got my shoulder and my weapon on the same day. Because I got 4 cores, I think. I already had 3. So, yeah, that was a lot of Dark World Tree. A lot of Dark World Tree done in that day. At least Dark World Tree is not as bad as Scrapyard, but it's not great. It does become a bit tedious. We ever try main Zero? My main issue with Zero is that I don't have any access to a vac pet on a Zero. I think that's the case with literally any character that I consider playing. The vac pet to me is such a nice quality of life, and yeah, I find it hard to play this game without a vac pet. I feel like if we had an open cash shop where all the cash items can go everywhere, I'd be more inclined to try out new classes. But right now, I am a little locked into resistance at the moment. I inadvertently became the resistance guy because of my battle mage. Just like, I can't leave the resistance in Hyperion. I'm just stuck here. Inevitably, I will end up making a blaster because I'm going to run out of characters I can make. It's kind of doomed. Playing Maple at the airport right now, not your greatest moment. Do you have Vac Pet and Cronus? Yeah, I do. I have one on my Explorers. My jet at the time. You could make multiple BAMs. Hey, don't tempt me. That sounds like something I would do. Sounds like something I would do. 10 260 battle mages. Can you imagine? Just a 10 260 battle mage bossing mules. All of them go up to C10. And all I do is play battle mage. That'd be a little bit insane. Would you start? If you could start fresh, what cash shop would you pick? I think realistically, if I wanted to make the most out of the Vac Pet, I would pick Explorer. But the problem is I really do like my Battle Mage. I genuinely enjoy it, and I found an accidental benefit within my Xenon. I was kind of planning on my mechanic being my farmer, but my Xenon, I just AFK farm Incernium, and it's so nice. I just have so... I don't do anything. I would be playing other games, or I'd be like watching a movie, or like just chatting with friends, and just in the background, kind of like, I don't know, like an idle game. What's an idle game? Like a cookie clicker game. I just like press like 5 keys, and then my Xenon's making 600 mil an hour, and I'm not doing anything. It's so nice. I didn't expect it to be so convenient for me. So I am actually kind of locked in on my resistance characters at the moment in that sense. I'm sure there's other classes that can do the same thing, but as of right now, I haven't tried any of them. You'd actually be a god of the class? Debatable. It's hard to say that I'm good at the class when I haven't attempted Grandest bossing yet. I would like to think that I have good mechanical skills, but I die out of Sea Gloom on a weekly basis on my Xenon, so I feel like hands is something that is meant to translate across between classes. I don't really feel like I'm that good at the game. after seeing my performance on my Xenon. I think because I play Battle Mage, which is a very versatile class, it makes it look a lot better than it actually is. Doesn't say a good AFK farmer. I guess it can be. Depends on how you place your summons. I don't remember how long the summons last. I think it's like every minute as well. So it's pretty similar to Xenon in that sense. Is there any benefit to duplicate characters? There's no benefit. Other than you're playing a character that is familiar. If you had like multiple phantoms, for example, I know some people have multiple phantoms because of the fact that sometimes you Terror burn one to get to 200 just for the 200 phantom, and then sometimes you have events that can get you a 210 character really easily, and I know that I did that when I had like a 200 phantom, and then I made a new one because I wanted to get some other benefits. Or sometimes you just want multiple of the link skills. I don't know why you would do that, but sometimes people do. But you don't get the benefit twice in the Legion. You just get like the link a bunch of times. We tried shad farming? I have not. Yeah. They don't necessarily translate, but the thing is, I'm so used to my battle mage, it has ruined my gameplay on most other classes. Just being able to like move and turn around very, very freely. Because battle mage has like basically 4 teleports, right? Or rather 3 at most. It's all in the air. You can just like teleport up, jump, and then you teleport in 2 other directions. It's so fast, and your repositioning is so broken that I can't play other classes properly anymore because my brain has been wired to be like, oh, it doesn't matter what the boss does. I'm just going to teleport or jump away or teleport up, whatever the habit is because of that class. And then I just die out of bosses because I can't move my character anymore. I had the same issue actually, swapping from Corsair to Cannon Master. Corsair has really broken mobility within wings. Like the up jump, it allows you to glide. So you have insane vertical distance, and also you can turn around and spin around really easily. It's like the glide from the demons, right? And then when I swap to Cannon Master, you commit to a direction, you're going that way. You're not stopping. You flash jump forward, you can't turn around. Most other classes can't turn around unless they have multiple flash jumps, right? So like Thieves have multiple flash jumps, you can kind of turn around. But for Cannon Master, it's one of those classes with one flash jump. You'd flash jump to the left, you're going left. So you better mean it when you're going left. Same thing with... Actually, no, even the archers don't have that problem because they have covering fire. And then Pathfinder has torrent. For warriors, if you go left, you better hope that you're going left. It was a very different gameplay experience. Cannon Master's mobility is very good, but it's very like one directional in the sense that like when you commit to a direction, it's really hard for you to pivot. But it gets compensated by its like insane up jump. Like the cannon blast is so broken, so it's okay. The blast back is so sad compared to Corsair. It really doesn't do anything. It's very nice for like very small micro movements, but for the most part, it doesn't make you move very much. Thoughts on Bowmaster as a bossing mule? I think Bowmaster's pretty good. Bowmaster's pretty good. It's very tanky. Very good DPS uptime. Reasonable burst. Yeah. Sounds pretty good to me for a bossing mule. Meaning Blaze Wizard has forced you to be a better bosser? Yeah. Blaze Wizard, I felt exactly the same thing. It was just, you had to be very, like, committed to your movement. When you move in a certain way on that class, you can't take it back. That class only has a single flash jump. Doesn't even have like an up jump after a flash jump. It's just one way. You're jumping upwards, you're committing upwards. You're jumping left or right, you're committing that direction. Yeah, Bowmaster bossing is boring but simple. Yeah, sometimes that's fine. They do have the pull to go back. Yeah, look. The fact that right now it's worse than an Archer's teleport, that says everything you need to know about Blaze Wizard. It has a worse teleport than Archer's. Because you have to put it back down. I really hate that teleport. I don't know why. That teleport would be a lot better if they kept the Cataclysm cancel. Where you can Cataclysm and then cancel the animation, but they removed that. I never got to play with the cancel, but after playing with Cataclysm, the Cataclysm iframe, I love it, but you're just standing there. So many things that they've ruined about Blaze Wizard. It just cops L's every patch. It's so sad. I wish they made that class better. I really like Blaze Wizard's skills. I love the aesthetic of it. I love the burst, like the gears, Infernal Sphere or whatever it's called. It's kind of satisfying. The sound of it, oh, it's like a shotgun. I don't know how to explain it. We'll see what happens with the new main. I might end up playing a different branch, just depending on whether or not they bring back vac pets. If they bring back vac pets to buy, I might consider it. Or maybe if they announce a cash shop transfer, maybe. But even then, I do really like the fact that I have a farmer Xenon. Like the fact that the vac pet just makes farming on that Xenon so free. They nerfed from KOST to live patch. That is so tragic. Poor Blaze Wizards, man. They just want to be a real class. Just leave them alone. At this point, not nerfing them is a buff. Just leaving them alone is a buff. I have a soft spot for Blaze Wizard because I made one during the it's not Destiny. Which one was the one after Destiny? Or was it Destiny? Whenever they did the Cygnus revamp, I was like, I made my Blaze Wizard then, and I was like, this is such a cool class. It's a shame that they just keep killing it. It's already dying. Stop. Ignition? Yeah, that's the one. Destiny was the Explorer one. I knew it started with I, but the first thing that came to mind was Identisk, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Identisk was the New Age. Where Blaze Wizard got shafted. It really did. Like, genuinely, that class is so sad. It just kept copping L's for no reason. You progress your battle mage to endgame bosses? Undecided yet. Look, I'll be able to give a better answer to endgame bossing once they release fams in more areas. I just don't have the motivation to farm on my battle mage, because it's kind of active, all things considered. And I don't have very good fams on that character. I would like to have fams, but I don't really want to farm fams on like my Wild Hunter and my Xenon just to move it over to my battle mage at the moment. Prefer pre-ignition Dawn Warrior? One of my friends who used to play like he was one of the strongest Dawn Warriors pre Destiny, or pre Ignition in this case as well. He was so upset when he came back to the game and he found out that Dawn Warrior doesn't jump up and down anymore. Because that was the whole reason he wanted to play Dawn Warrior, because your character was just jumping up and down. And you kind of had to be smart about your jumps. You know how like in Black Mage you can get kicked and stuff like that. You can't just keep attacking and then ducking. It's like a whole level of awareness that you had to keep in mind. Otherwise you kind of grief yourself in some bosses because of the jump. The super stance is pretty cool though. And then he was like, man, they ruined Dawn Warrior. Now it has the reputation of a Crayon Eater. I don't want to play my Dawn Warrior anymore. So he goes on to his second main, which was Nightwalker. And guess what other class also got their jumping removed? And also kind of became a broken class. Poor guy, he just wanted to play jumping, boys. The whole reason of him playing those classes was because they were jumping characters. And now they don't jump anymore. And they have this bad reputation of being either broken or brain dead. It was so doomed. Doesn't TB jump? I think the animations make him look like he's jumping, but I don't think technically it jumps. I guess it's the same thing. I don't know. You'd have to ask him, but I haven't seen him in a while. I should play Blaster. Hey, maybe when the bar fills up, I'll consider it. For now, though, I'm staying away from Blaster. You know what's actually funny about the old Dawn Warrior to the new Dawn Warrior change? Thematically, right? Because Dawn Warrior was like the whole Sun and Moon sort of theme, right? Because you had like the two stances or whatever. And then after Ignition, it was just Warrior Jet. And I was just thinking to myself, they gave Gravity Crush. So I don't know what the skill is called, but for Dawn Warrior, it has that circle, the black hole thing behind them, and they can jump around and it does damage. I was just thinking to myself, they just stole Jet's skill, Jet's 5th job, and then made it a Dawn Warrior skill. And then it was at that moment where I realized there's a good chance that my class is getting deleted, because they literally basically copied the skill. And then later on, the Jet did end up getting deleted. I was like, it was foreshadowing. I knew it. Knew that Dawn Warrior skill was a bit sus. I remember making that joke. And now we're here. I don't know why they randomly made Dawn Warrior space themed. It's so random. Sun and Moon, sure, but space is kind of random. Were you rank 1 Jet? Nah. I was rank 3 at best. Rank 3 across the board. Like anything that could have been ranked, I was rank 3. Any kind of like min clear, any kind of boss achievement, any damage achievements, like I was 3. I could not catch up to 2 or 3, 1 or 2. Not even possible. In Gloom right now, what are the damage thresholds? It's 70, 40, and 15 for the double open. New Dawn was very pretty. Yeah. I think aesthetically, most classes look very nice. Some classes can go with a revamp, though. First one that comes to mind is probably Kaiser and Phantom. I feel like those classes could be a little prettier. Mech could look a lot nicer. I do find it kind of amusing that some classes are like, you know, it's clearly MapleStory. I don't know if you guys understand. Like some of the animations, when you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, this is a MapleStory animation. But then some classes have so much going on, you're like, this could be any game. It could be any of this sort of 2D game. It's like when you see the cutscenes for the Origins, most of them are like pretty fancy, right? So you're like, okay, I don't know what game I'm watching anymore. And then there's just some where it's just like, okay, this is 100% MapleStory. The robot's not pretty. It'd be hard to revamp mechanic if you wanted to keep the robot like that. The limitations on the aesthetics is real. Don't think Dawn Warriors are that OP. I think it's the simplicity that carries the character. It's kind of like how, like, Night Lords are well known for their damage as well. It's the same kind of thing. Everyone's kind of aware that the class is good, and a lot of it comes down to, like, how simple the class is in a lot of senses. Because you don't have to worry too much about, like, micromanaging any sort of things. Yeah, the damage is really high. A lot of it just comes down to bind and burst. It's a very simple execution for a class, and it has, like, tools that keeps it alive as well, like dashes and jumps and stuff. In case of Night Lord, you have Dark Sight and Untouchable and stuff like that. It really isn't that much different from other classes, though. It's just like, these are the most common classes. Fire Poison Origin. I have considered playing Fire Poison, but the problem is it's not a resistance character. Being above average, giving a perm 15%. Yeah, that I've talked about this before. It's just when it comes to characters that give support capabilities, it's very hard to balance these classes because if they do above average or even just average damage, the fact that they give support is crazy. Like Bishop, that's the reason why Bishop's so broken, right? It does really decent damage, and it gives Benediction, and a bunch of other utility, and a bunch of other debuffs. It's so strong. Battle Mage to some extent is like that. It does a little bit under average solo DPS, but it still gives a lot of damage from its buffs and stuff. We'll worry about it later when we get there. Right now, I'm just gonna farm and enjoy my time here. Getting better buffs than Blaze Wizard. Man. When the support class has less support capabilities than other classes. Is the Legion pass worth it? If you're talking about the paid pass on the left, I'd say probably not. I feel like only a few players can really make the most out of this. This is, like, for what you get for 50k, it's not really much. This one I can understand a little bit more, the one on the right. It gives you a lot of, like, growth potions that are higher quality. So I can see people valuing the Hyper Pass reasonably, but the Legion Pass is quite expensive for what it gives you. I would recommend most players not even look at it. Unless you are really happy paying the 50k to get like the growth potions and the familiar rerolls, because that's really all it is in it. It's just a bit overpriced for what it gives. It's not really worth the 50k. I can understand buying the Hyper Pass. It has some good stuff in there. Some pretty reasonable stuff in there, but not the Legion Pass. Don't close your game announcement in Maple Discord about issue relaunching the game. Alright, I'll make sure not to close my game then. Alright, almost back to 11 bill. That was kind of fast. Yo, JH, what's up? Damn, you guys already locked out? It's unfortunate. Are there any Hyperburn confirmed in the near future? Yeah, there'll be one in November. That's when the next one is happening. So you still got about 2 months for a next Hyperburning. Technically 2, yeah, you're right, JH. So you get one for Shade or Aran, because they're getting remastered, and then you have a normal Hyperburn as well. Yup. How much are you making per hour? I'm making about 600 per hour. Alright. I'll quickly be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay, I am back. Let's see if we can get that last familiar upgraded. Probably have a few cards, yep. Probably have enough for 2 tries here. So we can try to look at some other maps, get some more EXP and stuff. I'll probably have to look at new maps as well for my Xenon, because I've been farming Incernium on my Xenon. No, we're stuck here for a little bit longer. Okay. Anyway, let's finish off the other dailies. So I still haven't done many of them. Champion burning sharing with 2 other characters. What's the is there like a level limit for that? I kind of don't hate the idea of leveling like my demons up or something like that along the way. Or is it better as a legion thing rather than past 200? I feel like I should probably look into it a little bit more. There's so many things that are happening in Milestone that I have no idea about. Too many changes happening too fast. So easy to get overwhelmed by the changes. I don't like change. Change is scary. Some of the best quality of life things. Yeah, I mean the game is heading in a good direction right now. At least so far. We'll see what happens in the upcoming patches because KMS's most recent patch just completely killed Reboot, right? So I'm curious to see what happens to our version. We'll see what happens. What are the changes that you guys are interested in? I'm gonna mark this as one of my favorites. Just so that I have an easy way to go Esfera. And then the Arcane River. %, FD to Shad. Just everyone's looking forward to buffs, hey. I don't know what I'm interested in, honestly. There's too many things happening at the same time. So I don't know what I like more. Actually, no, there's one thing off the top of my head. The 6 job stones. Being able to finish your 6 job a lot easier. It's kind of nice. Cutting down the 6 job stones sounds really nice. Alright. Might push mules after 6 job, yeah. The 6 job changes are quite nice. Yeah, all the big patches, there's so many changes and I kind of get overwhelmed. I still remember the day that they announced 6 job. I was just like, I don't want to play this game anymore. There's too many things now. But at the time though, I was a little bit more checked out from the game. I don't think I'd be playing MapleStory if Hyperion didn't get released, in all honesty. Hyperion definitely brought back a lot of my interest in the game. Just like the idea of a new server. And I'm kind of glad I stuck with it. It's been a lot of fun. But I think if Hyperion didn't exist, I don't know if I would be still playing this game. When you say don't quit the game, you mean like don't even change character or don't close the game? Because I saw somebody else say don't close the game, which makes sense, but... Don't close the game? Okay, keep that in mind. Yeah, it's a lot of random check-in things. Speaking of which, I should probably check in. Don't crash. I'll try my best not to crash. A few more areas. Yeah, they were good. What are the other dailies I need to do? I feel like I always forget something. It's probably okay though. Done the important ones already. What do I do with these flames? Daybreak? Can't wait to be finished with my arcane symbols. It's getting there. Full Soul Jazz, how difficult was it to farm 6 job stones when you're battle mage? I did not farm my 6 job stones. When I got to 6 job, Abyssal Expedition was a thing. And I just AFK'd on that and it did my stones for me. I did not train for my 6 job on my battle mage at all. I got my 6 job actually really slow because I didn't prioritize my leveling at all. Like, actually, JH, you make a good point. You don't get Janus anyway, right? But the thing is, when Hyperion opened, a lot of people went straight for either 275 or got to 260 as fast as possible to unlock 6 job. I don't remember getting my 6 job very fast. I took my time getting to 260. And then even when I got to 260, I took my time leveling up the stones, and I also took my time with my fragments. I didn't farm fragments. I farmed familiars for a long time. Shade Run revamp is after this patch? Yeah, it'll be in November. The next major patch. Yeah, you don't get Soul Janus until after you get your stones. Unless you're just talking about I think they're just talking about like 6 job afterwards, not necessarily the stones. Honestly, Battle Mage is pretty awful when it came to mobbing for the longest time. It wasn't until both Soul Janus and the second Mastery came out where the class became a lot more bearable. It was extremely active for what it was. The summons duration weren't great. The range of the attacks weren't great. You were cycling like 2 5th job skills. Yeah, just overall it was kind of awful. The summons were fine, but they don't cover very much space. Yeah, you can like I'm like slurring on these words because I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying. Trust me when I say like Battle Mage has some of the most active training I've experienced personally. It's not as bad as the flash jumping classes back then. I'm thinking classes that just like double jump around and attack things, right? It's not as active as that. But yeah, the summon management was kind of weird. You had to cycle 2 5th job skills to cover a lot of the map. You know, it's just all that sort of stuff. It's definitely more effort than just place down summons. Okay, we're done with that. Janus being 60, Altus 40. Yup. Alright, can I use my fragments for anything? I have a lot of fragments here. Check the Wild Hunter sheet again. Origin 3. Jaguar Storm to 9. Origin to 4. That's gains. Is Battle Mage without Janus chill or not? No. You want to see what my... I can probably show you how I trained. They're probably lazier rotations than what I can show you, but I can show you roughly what I did when I got to the new area. It's not like super bad, but it's definitely active because there's just so many summons you have to keep in mind. There's so many summons. You never really fully tab out. Let me see if I can even teleport there. Oh, I can't even teleport there. Don't have a tele rock. I gotta walk there the old-fashioned way. I'm trying to remember where I farmed. I don't think it was that one. Was it? Maybe it was somewhere there. I have to click it so that I know where to go. Imagine walking. Oh no, I farmed here. This was the laziest thing I could find, and it wasn't even that lazy. I would always recommend farming Insonium if you can help it. I put my summon here, it covers that. And then I put this summon here. Oh. So, this giant summon on the right covers most of it. But it's still... I still have to attack to cover the rest here, right? I guess with Soul Janus you could AFK during this uptime. But that's only up half of the time. So this is how I trained, like, to 270. And then every time that these altars went away, which is about now, I have to put it back down again. Right, so everything is just like weird timings. And then when Grim Harvest goes away, I am manually clearing this part here. And then I have to remember to place this down again. And my summon is going to expire in 10 seconds, so then I have to come back to place it down again. So it's about to expire, so, you know, clear this. Place down this summon again. This is without Soul Janus, obviously. I'm trying to, like, show how I trained. It's just not great. It's not great. But once you get Soul Janus, it gets a lot better. And the second mastery really helps a lot from some of the maps. So once I hit 270, actually, 270 was pretty good. Yeah, I would farm here. It's because they changed it, so one of the skills triple plats. You know. Yeah, put fountain here. I mean, like your summons here, fountain here or something. And then 50% of the time you can probably just leave Grim Harvest here. And it'll be okay. You can probably just stay here. If you had Soul Janus, you can probably AFK here as well. So this is not too bad. You can I could live with this. Right? Probably put this a little bit closer, maybe like here. So this covers almost everything. So that's kind of nice, right? Like half the time it's pretty much like you press one button every once in a while. Or if you had Soul Janus it'd be even better. You just have to keep in mind these summons will turn off every once in a while. Then when the Grim Harvest goes away, it used to be terrible because I would have to. The skill now triple plats, like this skill triple plats now. It used to only double plat, but even better now they have Aura Scythe. They gave them this mastery triple plat potential as well. So you can stay in the middle here and just look left and right. This is so much better than what it was before. This is so nice. I wish I had this when I was trained to 275. Not me running back and forth trying to clear everything. Yeah, the servers are down at the moment. I kind of got lucky. I just happened to be online. It's so much better. Look at this. Look how wide this thing is. And then when it goes away, then you're back to this. And then you're kind of just AFKing in the middle again. I also like this map because the vac pet loots the bottom. Unfortunately, I do not have a vac pet. At least it's on my battle mage, not my battle mage, wild hunter at the moment. So yeah, farming on battle mage is a lot better now. It was pretty bad before, but it's much better now. And Shangri-La does, it looks something similar. It looks very similar. My only issue is the fact that I don't get FAMs, so I'm not that interested in training at the moment. I'm not too interested in it. How often does the Grim Reaper pop out? It's like every 3 seconds or something. It's got like a small cooldown to it. Is it possible to grow hands? It's always possible to grow hands. Gotta give yourself a little bit more credit. Hope you're well. I'm doing well, thank you. Alright, it's time for the mechanic. Do I have guild skills? I do. Let's go. Where are my guild skills? Should we move back to Odin or stick with the FAMs? Probably the FAMs. I didn't press my AB link. What's new? It's supposed to be strong enough to clear H Will, can't beat H Lotus. It just comes from practice. Hard Lotus is actually a pretty difficult boss, all things considered. So it wouldn't be too hard on yourself. Was it just me, or is this mechanic so much stronger? What's going on here? I actually made gains on my mechanic for once. You haven't bossed in 2 years? Yeah, I mean, it just takes practice. Hard Will and Hard Lotus are some of the more mechanically challenging bosses at the moment. Oh. I didn't scoot inwards. All good. Did your Xenon clear Hard Lu Will solo? It can do up to Hard V Healer solo. Hard V Healer is not very fast though. It's like 25 minutes. I got jebaited. It's facing the other way. The mech sounds, yeah, it's a little obnoxious sometimes, but what can you do? The missiles gotta tell us that they're there. The missiles are majority of the damage too, so it's not the worst thing. You get used to it, but it's still kind of loud. It's the sound of you doing damage. It's like fruit flies and Lotus is swatting them away. Alright, come down here. Alright. I was thoroughly scammed. Should have stayed on top of Lotus while in this. Yeah, mechanics movement's pretty good for this boss. For the most part. Oh. Still kind of hit him from down here, which is cool. I got punched in the face, but it was all worth it. Launch issue fixed. Oh, nice. If you guys aren't in the game, you guys should be able to go back in now. I saw a few people say that they got back in the Lines chat, actually. That was pretty fast. 6-minute Lotus. From what I remember being like almost 10 minutes. All the gains I made on the mechanic has added up. Feels good. What did you make on the mechanic? I gave it some better pots and I star forced a lot of the stuff to 16. A lot of it was not 16. Why not 17? I don't want a safeguard Abso gear, it's so expensive. I'll just keep it 16. The mechanic doesn't need 17s, it'll be fine. No. Try to dodge that. Oh. Should be able to do burst out of this, right? Just waiting for burst at this point. Just a bunch of stuff happening. This mechanic burst is so funny to me. So there's a lot of stuff just happening. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. Oh, nice. I don't know what did so much damage, but we're here. All right. I do like that this class can also kind of cheese Damien. By being in the air. I can't see. Any of you guys have random bossing mules that you guys think are underrated? I think after now playing the mechanic a little bit more, I do kind of like the class. I don't know if I'd say it's underrated though. It seems, you know, it could still be better. Oh. It's not the best class for a bossing mule, but it's kind of fun. Wait a minute, I'm on 6. Oh no! I'm gonna die. You can duck the fire orbs as mech? Huh? Can I bait him to doing this, the attack? Yeah. I'll give a go at that next time. It's because my hitbox is higher, is that why? That's wild if that's the case. Duck hitbox is 1 pixel tall. That is so random. Can you show you the mech? Yeah. That's what it looks like. Most of the stuff is... It's just like pretty standard. 16 star. Bunch of unique lines. Except the top and the bottom, which is just 6%. Yeah. There's like nothing too special. Speaking of which though, I have like a bunch of cubes from my battle mage. Let's try to two-line some stuff for some cheap gains. What do you guys think? I want to try to get the weapon. I don't have money. Hang on. Two-line attack? Surely? Or 10% attack plus something usable. Oh. No. All the fun lines, but not the ones I want. Fell asleep midstream, it's all good. Now take care if you are going back to sleep. That would have been nice if it was attack. Come on, give us our value 2-line attack here. Oh, no. Don't make me settle for 7 attack. You know what? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 2 lines. ID and a little bit of dex. We'll take it. Alright, what else can I do here with these cubes? Some of these things... Yeah, could probably fix that at some point. Could try to 2-line these as well. Definitely 2-line the gloves and the shoes. And the shoulder. Alright. Let's just keep going. The bosses first. You know if the experience bonus from Genesis only by the mobs killed by it? I think it's always. Pretty sure it's always. It's like a passive bonus forever. Surely we can clear this before the things touch, right? Ah, nice. It's always active? Okay, good. That's what I thought as well, but wasn't sure. Was not sure. So this would be, after we finish all this, is just another 1.3, 1.4 bill. Putting us at about 12 bill again, which is pretty good. I'm going to try my best to save as much money as possible for any upcoming event. Not expecting too much, but they might give us like a 30% off or something on the next set of events. Not expecting too much, but I can cope. I think more likely we're not going to get any star forcing events, but hopefully they give us something. Otherwise we've got a kind of a boring couple of weeks ahead of us. Be kind of hard to make gains. I think the main reason why I would like a confirmed Star Forcing event as soon as possible, or even like Cube Sale. I guess Cube Sale is most likely going to happen at the end of November. That's still really far away. But I would really like them to give us a Star Forcing event to stop me from spending my money on dumb things. Because then I feel inclined to spend my money making minor gains that are not necessarily efficient just because I know that nothing's happening. So I don't really have the urge to save if I know nothing's coming up. But if I know things are coming up, I'm more inclined to save. Gains are gains. But that's assuming I can make the gains. Sometimes I don't make gains. Sometimes I just spend money. DC'd out of Gloom and Lu Will right before reset. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Hopefully you have a better time now that you're home. Yeah, part of me really wants to 22 my Battle Mage's gear. But that's probably a bad idea. Because I don't do a lot of random content on my Battle Mage. So if I blow it up, it'd be very sad. Grandest content? Nah, I can't really encourage myself to tap something 21 to 22, because if it booms, I'll be really sad. I mean, it's probably not going to make a difference for my boss clears, but I don't think I'd be very happy with it. Got an armor box today? Yeah, but I'm not tapping arcanes. They're 19 at the moment. I would never tap arcanes off event. It's way too expensive. If I were to tap anything, it'd probably be the accessories. Things like Carnage Treasures or Meister Rings or something like that. I can't tap any of my superiors because I don't have spares. I haven't done Golix in a while on my Battle Mage. Tap all the Xenon's pitch boss? Nah, not off event. It's too expensive. Oh. Because I'd have to safeguard it. One of them's an ET, so it's a level 200 item. That's 150 mil a tap. It's just gonna go from 15 to 15 and take all my money. It's just gonna take all my money. If I was a little bit more unhinged, I might consider it, but I don't know. Safeguarding like those sorts of items, it's just you're just asking to run out of money and not get very far. What combat power was your Xenon when you started soloing C10E? I want to say like around 40 mil. 40 mil I definitely cleared Sea Gloom. For V-Healer I was closer to 50 before I could do it comfortably. How much time do you farm per day? Maybe an hour or so, hour or two, depending on how I'm feeling on stream. Today we had boss resets, so not so much farming. Just try to do our boss characters. 3 characters doing the same content. I think you could... Oh, right. I mean, that is true. I could probably get into any party that I could probably want to. Was 40 mil a min clear? It would probably be a min clear for V-Healer and for Darknell. For Sea Gloom it should be pretty comfortable, probably like 20 minutes at most. Assuming I don't die out. I think the dying out part's the more difficult part. Or rather, the trying not to die out part. But yeah, if I wanted to do Grandis bossing, I could look into it. I don't think my Battle Mage is too far off of it. I just need to learn the bosses. I guess Carlos is pretty straightforward. I don't have any issues with Carlos. For Carling, I'd have to learn the boss. But my main issue with these sorts of things is that I'd have to commit to a certain party. And I'm too lazy to join statics and organize it and that sort of stuff. I don't know. I'll consider it though, JH. You know what's funny? Maybe if I can get my character to be strong enough to do Hard Seren solo, so we can finally trade Emblem. Yep. I'm still kind of far away from it though. But I don't think it'd be hard for me to push to that content to solo Hard Seren. Because that just sounds like I need to get 280 probably. Yeah, I probably just need to get to 280. The amount of fragments I get to 280 and the Star Force I get by the time that goes, it should be pretty easy. You want to push Xaron for the Zerk? Yeah, that's fair. Now, what it sounds like is you're taking me in your Xaron party as a support battle mage, and I have a chance at Emblem anyway. I mean, I'd probably want the rings. I don't have Cont 4 or Raw 4. I only have a Weapon Jump 4, and I have a Continuous 3. Oh wait, but then again, if you're taking my battle mage, then that doesn't make sense anyway. I'd have to open back my Maple Scouter to know exactly, but yeah. Hello, sir. Please jump down. You know, I'm gonna drop a random item that I don't need. There's a lot of items here I don't need. I dropped this Silver Blossom. It's just epic. That's making space for the Carnage treasure that's about to drop today. Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm just coping. There are parties that clear Xaron, right? There's no way there aren't any. Watching your stream while weekly bossing was the move. You got a Raw 4. Hey, congrats on the Raw 4. That's huge. What class are you playing? Raw 4 is massive. No, come back. Yo, she does a lot of damage. The bot's promoting the subbing benefits getting out of hand. Nah, Nightbot's doing a good job. Really wanted your Night Lord? Yeah, Raw 4 Night Lord would be insane. What do we have left? Akechi and Cygnus. I don't have guild skills anyway, so let's just do Cygnus and then Akechi. Alright, one more boss. And that's the mechanic done for this week. I'm pretty happy that like I spent the money on my mechanic. I originally wasn't going to, but I could feel the difference. Even though the combat power didn't really go up by much, it feels a lot nicer. Then again, it could also be the event buffs. I might not like the class so much after the event buffs go away, but we'll take what we can get. Your favorite boss mule, Lyn, not the Lyn. Not the Lyn. I don't want to play the Lyn anymore. It didn't get a lucky hat. The rules are the rules. If it wanted to be played, it would have got me a lucky hat. Okay, there we go. Alright, give me a green box. And get a continuous 3 on this character. That'd be great. I'll take an MVP too. That works. I think only one MVP this week from this character. A little bit unfortunate, but that's okay. The drops are rigged? I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't intentionally have less drop rate for that not to happen. It's all good. I would never do that. There we go, another 1.4 bill. Alright, now we'll take that back on our Wild Hunter. Have a few flames in here. Maybe we can put this on the Daybreak. Wouldn't mind a good flame on the Daybreak, even though it might not ever actually go. Take what we can get. Oops. I kind of like that it goes straight into the inventory, but it's a lot of buttons we have to press to get there first. I guess if you just had Y as your thing, I don't have Y as my talk button, so maybe that's the problem. Oh. How many of you guys have interact on Y? My interact key has always been on Alt. Ooh, another flame. Another 2 flames. Nothing. Can I imagine playing this game without interact on Y? If you're not really interested in the story, it makes a lot of sense. I think I'm just used to it. I've always had it on Alt. But it does make sense. Alright, let's sell some of these items. Let's get rid of these. I'm glad my inventory no longer gets flooded by sweet water weapons from CPQ, because I just don't do CPQ anymore. There's a bunch of stuff that we have to confirm to drop. There you go. Now what I wanted to look at is just quickly at some of these maps to see if I can farm these conveniently. So this map is the one that has 18k rates, right? It's pretty big. I'll probably have to look around and see how I would, like, put down my summons. Can I triple plat in this map? Only double? Well, it's sort of triple plat. Not strong enough to triple plat though. If I go one tap with this, I'll probably figure out a rotation. Actually, with Maple Warrior on, surely I can. Okay, I can triple plat here, almost. It's looking like a pretty promising map if I can find a spot to stand and hold down Hurricane. I think ideally though, I'd try to find a spot where I can just actually AFK and only walk around. Surely this map I can, right? Does this cover the whole thing? Does it hit the ones at the bottom as well? How's this look? Actually, I need to see how much damage my summons are doing. If Soul Janus can 3-tick, that's fine. The problem is my fountain. Fountain's not looking too good. Library 5? Oh yeah. Very, very similar. How would I set this up though? I could probably set it up in a similar fashion. Like the fountains here. Does that hit the top platform? It does not. Janus on the left platform hits everything. Which platform? I'm assuming this one? Try to turn off my summons. Like here? Okay, that's pretty good. And if I stand here, they'll get aggro towards me. Oh, there are still a few that spawn down here though. I mean, this makes sense to be here. I could probably try to find something I can work with. I want to try to minimize the movement. This makes a lot of sense though. Soul Jazz being here on the left. Need to try to find a way to make the rest of it clear everything. Honestly, I think it's... if I can make this work, might make more sense because the Soul Jazz can go here. I mean, the Fountain can go here, right? Not sure. Fountain on the right side hit 3 platform. That makes a lot more sense. So like if the Fountain goes here. My only issue is that my Fountain doesn't do much damage. In like 2 ticks. Library 1 is AFK. I do like AFK. Oh, I can see why this would be AFK. I probably have to see how I put my summons to be able to rotate it nicely, but yeah, this looks very similar to Library 1 in Incernium. Library 6, I had a look. It's pretty big. I think if I wanted really good rates, I would go there, but it'd be higher effort. I would like to just put down all my summons and then just AFK for like 30 seconds. That'd be ideal. But yeah, I'll worry about it later. I still need to finish off this last unique fam before I consider moving on. But I'll probably go to one of these library maps because they gonna give me better EXP. Well, the most EXP I can get while getting fam cards. Because all the other ones are lower level, right? Yeah, this is 264. But I think that'll be all for today's stream though. I need to go head out soon and then figure out dinner. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on today's stream. Hopefully you guys had some good drops, or if you guys haven't run your bosses yet, hopefully you guys get some good luck throughout the week. If you guys haven't already, feel free to join the Discord. I do hang out there quite often. And if you enjoyed the stream, please consider giving a like. It helps me out a lot. And yeah, thank you guys again. I'll see you all in the next stream. Take care.